can see more than one person at a time?
It should be the waffle.
The what?
The little waffle that's in the upper right-hand corner.
In the app?
Yeah, I've been searching on the internet and everywhere, but can't seem to find a way to do it.
Mark, are you on the app or the website?
App, iPad app.
Oh, I'm not sure then.
The website kind of sucks.
Me too. I'm there too, Mark, but I can't tell.
Browser-based kind of is
grid
terrible.
View
Yadira, can
the
you
grid view
hear
is
us?
Chrome extension, so it won't be on the app. It'll only be on if you're using it through Google Chrome.
Of course it is. Searching okay.
It's perfect because you can't hear me in the Chrome, but
Mark,
you can. Then I can't see everybody. Okay. Yeah, typical for me.
Yadira, did you say you can hear us? Give me a thumbs up because I can't hear you. Okay, so I'm going to step in there and see if I can figure it out. And then if not, you just use the chat like you did last time, okay?
Yadira, I couldn't get the sound to work. I could hear everybody, but they couldn't hear me when I was in the web-based app, or when the web-based internet. But when I downloaded the Google Meet from the App Store and did it, now everybody can hear me and I can hear everybody. So I don't know if that's what's going on, but for what it's worth. Hi, Dale. How are you?
I'm so great. How are you?
I'm good.
Did you see her before she was speaking? I saw you wave.
I did.
How? You have grid view?
I have magical powers. Well, I have this, it's white on the bottom and there's like me and Dale and you and Rose. It's like a half of my screen and I can scroll up and see people.
Mine is in a grid, which is new for me. It's very exciting. I can see almost everybody.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
I can only see 4 people at a time in mine.
I can't even see 4, but you're in the browser, right, Sheehan?
Yes, I'm in the browser.
Okay.
I'm in the app. I can. If you scroll up from the bottom, Mark, do you get white on the bottom half of your screen with a bunch of people?
Mine are on the right-hand side for some reason, instead of at the bottom, but most everybody's frozen. They're just like a still. And then if I click on them and hit the little pin, then I can see them. But that seems very tedious to have to click on everybody twice to see everybody twice. But
I believe that's the browser option.
I want to be able to get Yadira to be able to be heard.
So she can't hear Yadira, but you can hear us. I think whenever we have a vote, if you could please message in the chat.
And Yadira, you can have it call you on your phone, and then you can hear it that way. I did that for the last one. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't like that we can't hear her.
Run up real quick. Is Yadira at the district office?
Yadira, we are far apart from each other.
At the district office, or you guys are at the office somehow?
Yes.
Oh, I gotcha.
Well, we'll give her a couple minutes for that to be set up.
What device is she on?
Probably her own. Just one like organizing thing, because the sound will go like this, will get interrupted whenever somebody's speaking. If you guys have questions on a topic that comes up, please utilize the chat and just say question, and I'll know to call on each one of you as you put on there. I'll see your name pop up that you have a question and call on you. That way we're not trying to interrupt and overlap each other. So we are just waiting to make sure that Yadira is able to hear and has audio or microphone that we can hear her.
Her and Devin are right now together working on it.
Perfect, thank you. We'll give her a couple minutes. Thankfully, everyone, I had my other gavel at my house, so no need to worry.
I love that you have 2 gavels.
Yes.
The backup one Rose has, and this is the original. So just in case somebody misses, because I just got a message from Lisa, if you have a question on an agenda item, just put in the chat room that you have a question so that I know in the order that you're wanting to speak, and I'll call on you so we're not interrupting each other. Also, if you're not speaking, please put your mic on mute because this picks up very sensitive noises. Lisa, did you hear my update about the questions? Because I saw you just joined. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get started. I see that Rose, you said Yadira will just give us a thumbs up in the chat for any votes. Did you want to test your mic, Lisa? It still says you're muted, Lisa.
How about now? That works?
There you go.
Yay, okay.
Okay, and I see that Yadira's.
Anybody hear you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yay!
Okay.
Good.
You fixed it. Nice.
Great.
I think I was changing the web browser. I think I was using like whatever the Internet Explorer thing, and then I changed it to Chrome, and that seemed to work.
Okay. If you have any questions on any agenda items, Yadira, just use a chat to tell me that you have a question, and I'll call on you so we don't interrupt each other.
Okay.
And if you're not speaking, please mute your mic on your computer or on the app, the Google Hangouts. Just mute yourself, and then we'll get started with Mike on the first agenda item. And actually, hold on just a second. Pull up this is very interesting how we're doing this here.
Put the mic really close to the gavel when you gavel us in.
Yeah.
Will do. All right, Mike, are you ready?
Ready.
All right.
Okay, so the first item we wanted to just update you on is we just wanted to give you a COVID update, and I know we've been doing that via phone calls periodically, but over the last several days, there are some other items that we've been able to make some progress on, and I just wanted to update you on some of that. And cabinet members, please chime in if I miss anything here. So the first thing is we have started conversations with our principals to put together a plan for students to pick up items out of their desk or out of their lockers or the PE area or the band room. And so we're in the principals will be receiving kind of best practices from us in the next couple days. And then based on those best practices, they will start to schedule those for students. I think I mentioned in a previous conversations that one of the things that we're worried about is we don't want, while there are personal items that we want people to have, and there's band instruments and other things in the lockers that we of course want them to have if they want to come and get those sooner as opposed to later. We also don't want to signify the end of the year for it somehow trigger the end of the year in their minds and them thinking that they're done for the year. So we do want them to stay engaged in learning. We are always concerned about during this time about the widening of the achievement gap that we've worked so hard to diminish. And so we don't want to trigger the end of the year. So they're working on a plan. They'll have guidance from the district in the next couple of days for best practices on how to do that and how to limit the number of people in a building. And then we'll also put guidance together on at the end of the year, how do we return those items that the district needs back, such as computers or borrowed instruments or whatever the case may be. Any questions on that one?
Sorry, yeah, will people be wearing masks? Will that be one of the requirements that we have students wear masks for when they come?
So I should let Casey take this one, but one of his ideas as he's working on the parameters around this is that to the degree possible, it would really be like a curbside service where we pack things up potentially. It depends on if it's secondary, whether it's high school, middle, or elementary. Their experiences are just so different, but we're working on a couple different plans there. Casey, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, you hit it on the head, Mike. I mean, we want to limit folks coming into the building. Our buildings have done a really good job of cleaning and disinfecting. So we're going to really try to do that curbside service, similar to like the lunch pickups that we're doing at sites. The only deviation really that we're discussing right now is we may allow seniors to come back in on a limited basis to get their items out of their locker, since they won't really have the opportunity to come back into the school during the spring. So that may be a little bit different, but really grades K through 11, having staff bag and then do a curbside service based on time so we can limit that social distancing.
We have a couple questions for Andrew, and then I'll have Yadira.
So will this include like library books or textbooks that students checked out at the beginning of the year?
So we haven't gone through the plan quite yet to have students return stuff at the end of the year or stuff that they're completely done using. Our first step is to get those necessary items that they need from their desk or locker. And then we'll roll out a plan probably more closer towards the end of May for the return of district materials, whether that be, sport uniforms or Chromebooks or band instruments or textbooks, those kinds of things. We're not in a real rush at this point to receive that stuff back.
We have a question from Yadira and then Jackie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So my question is, with this whole, COVID thing, kids out of school and all that, have we started talking about maybe offering some type of online thing during the summer? So, especially because we don't want to lose the students over the summer completely, since, it's already right now, I feel like some students are slipping. Can we, since we have this online platform and we've been working on it, and I feel like, as far as like for me working with my kids every day, I feel like it gets better every day. And I feel like by the summertime, we're going to be pretty good at it. And if we can continue that into the summer, maybe we can prevent that loss of learning. If we can maybe have a group of teachers that can start planning something right now just to keep our kids engaged. I know we don't normally do this, but I mean, it's just a thought.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've been talking about is summer school. Of course, we need to have a better understanding of what our summer school is going to look like and under what conditions and what delivery model are we going to be able to, to move forward with summer school. But we've talked about expanding summer school and maybe making that available in a broader way to more students and not being so rigid as to who qualifies. So that is something we're talking about. We haven't talked about just distance learning for all kids during the summer. And we would have to do some penciling out and see what it would cost to do such a thing. We are still paying everyone's salary right now, so it would mean extended contract for the teachers that participated in that. But I think we can have Travis and Dale do some thinking about that as we look at our summer program and see if that's something that we can maybe expand even more than we were thinking.
There's a question from Jackie and then Danny.
So my question might be a little in the weeds, but I had a couple parents ask me about do our teachers have office hours, and what do those office hours look like for parents to communicate with them, or if there are questions about the distance learning?
We have many people that have been working on this, but our main schemer is in my upper right-hand corner. So Dale, if you want to talk about office hours and just the parameters that we've set for our teacher, just so the board has a greater understanding of what that looks like.
Sure, yeah, thanks. So each teacher has to have a consistent communicated office hour, and it may not be the same every day. And we've had some teachers say they wanted to have like a half hour in the morning and then like a half an hour in the afternoon, just to accommodate families and student needs. So each one of them, starting on Monday, should have communicated out to their parents and students when that office hour would be available. And then they can access that through a Google Meets link. And then just today we got our Google Voice numbers. So that'll be added to it as well, where you can either call or text. And that will allow parents or students to just have their questions answered, whether that's how do you negotiate this Google Meets assessment and get the assignment up, or I have a question on content. So it's just an open time for parents and students to reach to the teachers.
What is the time frame? Is it an hour, 2 hours? I mean, what is the?
Yeah,
I just want to be cognizant, because so many of our parents are still working full time and trying to do the learning, and so I just want to make sure that we're cognizant and flexible.
Right. So ODE's guidance is 1 hour per day. So we've said a minimum of an hour per day. And again, some schools have been able to chunk that up into different portions, but I think most teachers have said, this is my open office hour, but I can answer emails or texts at other time. It's just a time set aside where they are not doing anything else. They're not teaching or in a PLC or working with someone. They're just waiting to support kids and families. So there's other ways to connect with teachers if they need to. And I know there's quite a few schools that have worked with their PLCs. So maybe Jackie, you and I are both second grade teachers, and I do mine at 9, but you do yours at 11. So if families have kind of a common question, they could access either teacher, but if it's specific to their child or the content that would be specific to their child, then they might email me and say, I can't meet you at 9, but I do have a question. Could you call me at some point? So we're trying to work around that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Danny, you had a question, and then I'll, Mike, you can look at our chat. Mark had a question for you.
So I forgot what my original question was, but I know that my mom has been doing office hours for her kinder and first grade class, and she does 30 minutes around like 8 a.m. and then 30 minutes after 5, so to sort of accommodate the whole class.
Thanks, Danny. So there's more to the update, so let's continue with Mike.
All right, the next thing I wanted to talk a little bit about was just the grading system. So this is really the information that districts across the state of Oregon have been waiting for. And we received guidance a week or so ago now that our seniors would be graded with a pass or an incomplete. And the reason for choosing incomplete as opposed to no pass was it gives the senior an opportunity to keep chipping away and to complete that credit as opposed to receiving a no pass. So that's why it keeps the window open. And now what we're waiting for is really grades 9 through 11, because there's depending on the grading system, that is going to have a lot of bearing on credits and if the students stay on track to graduate. And I just wanted to tee this conversation up a little bit and then have Dale give you just a little more detail. We really do believe that we're going to receive additional guidance tomorrow, probably grades 7 through 11, that takes us to pass or incomplete. But I'll just have Dale talk for a minute about with so many seniors being in a situation where they're going to have the credits necessary to graduate, it does free up a little FTE to allow us to chase down those seniors that are in a more difficult spot and are going to need some additional assistance. So Dale, would you talk for a second about that?
Sure. So you've probably heard me say a million times we chase kids. So the good news for our system is we were pretty much aware of what students might have been in need of additional supports and which ones were probably okay with this transition. So we've already had our grad coaches and counselors and teachers networking with our kids. But for our high schools in particular, we just finished third quarter grades, and they assessed students Friday, and they're posting yesterday related to what they had learned up through March 13th and any other things kids might have turned in. Some kids had a essay that they were working on and they went ahead and turned that in. So we have grades for the third quarter, and we're using those to indicate per ODE if they had a D, a C, a B, or an A, they will have passed for semester. And if they were receiving an F at that time and therefore not yet passing, that will be coded as an incomplete for semester. And teachers will have the opportunity to go in, senior teachers, and put in semester grades the 20th through the 22nd, and then we'll be able to pull transcripts on the 23rd and be able to kind of dig into those and see which students need a little extra support in order to get that incomplete to a passing by the end of the year. Just at first look, just our principals just kind of scanning, it looks like we have between about 60 to 90 kids per school that we just need to either give a little support to because they weren't passing at that time, or they weren't passing an options class or some other requirement in order to graduate. So I think they're feeling pretty good about that. It's not completely different than what we see sometimes in May, where we're trying to give a little bit of support and a little bit of extra push to our kids. So I think we're going to have really good grad rates. The high schools keep joking, this is the year, Dale. This is when we have 100% grad rate. So I'm excited for that to actually come to fruition.
Any other questions on that? Lisa says, Mike and Dale, do you think the guidance for 7th through 11th will be the same or look different?
Dale and I were on a meeting today where we got a preview of coming attractions or what we believe is going to be happening. And we believe that it's going to be the same as it is for seniors, that it'll be a pass or incomplete. We do believe that's true. So, okay. Let me move on to the next update item. We are preparing, Beth and Dale have been working to prepare letters that are going to, individual letters that are going to each senior. And the idea there is to let them know if they are on track to graduate or if they're all in good shape. If they are not, then the letter will be more specific, and we'll have the opportunity for staff members to touch base with those kids that need additional assistance. And there'll be basically an individual plan put together for each student to make sure we can get them across the finish line. So Dale and Beth, what's the timeline for the sending of those letters?
Well, the requirement is that they're sent by April 30th, but I think we're going to be ready to send them a little bit in advance of that. Is that correct, Dale? She's nodding. Yes.
Yeah. So the 23rd will be when the transcripts are pulled, and the schools already think they know what they're expecting, so they will just double check. And so letters will start going out on the 23rd, and we want our letters to go out 23rd through the 27th. So the last batch would go out Monday, the 27th. So students would have that letter in their hands by the end of the week.
And the letters would indicate both what courses they passed during this current semester, what courses they received an incomplete, how many total credits they've received over the course of their K-12 career, well, 9-12 career toward graduation, what diploma they're currently in line for. So it's a really complete look at their graduation status at that time.
Mike, we had 2 questions here from Danny and then from Jackie.
Okay, sorry, I will clue into the chat. I haven't been watching that. Okay.
This is Jackie. I'll go ahead and ask. I guess one of the big concerns is going to be, what does a pass or incomplete do for our sophomore and juniors GPA when it comes to scholarships and college admissions and things like that?
Yeah, that's been a big question that everyone has had across the state, and basically it pauses at where it's at, and then you pick up next semester and start again. So it doesn't hurt you, it doesn't help you, and there's been all kinds of conversations between the Oregon Department of Ed and the Higher Ed Commission, and higher ed really across the nation is on board with this. They understand that this is an incredibly unique time, and there'll be a lot of grace given during this time. We know that there are seniors out there that they felt like they could have improved their GPA in this last semester. And so that isn't going to happen. So colleges are going to be really giving a lot of grace, is what we've been hearing from the Higher Ed Commission. Yeah. Danny, you had a question?
I did. So last week I was talking to some of my friends from Miller. They were expressing some concern, especially around those who are in the big picture program, who aren't on the typical, they take tests and they don't have those grades yet. They don't have those second semester, midterm quizzes, all those different things that would create the grades that we're sort of giving to the other seniors at other schools. So I know that a lot of them are kind of nervous about how this is all going to affect them and how they're going to graduate. And I haven't gotten much more communication on that from them recently. So I was wondering, if we've come up with a idea of how we're going to help our alternative schools.
Dale, you want to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was actually talking to Principal Mosqueda about that today, and her just working with the team, because what we need to do is translate that 60% mark into what is the 60% proficiency, or what is the 60% opportunity for learning content that would be equivalent in big picture, because you guys don't do it that way. So it's going to be a student by student look at what their learnings are and what the learning outcomes are, and what they might need to complete in order to show proficiency on those standards in which they haven't had the opportunity to learn. So it's just really translating it to a 60%. And we've really, the guidance is really clear about students shouldn't suffer because the closure of school, that we're to, lean on supporting them and giving a little grace. And if we see kind of a trajectory of success, to also understand that we can expect a continued trajectory of success if we had the opportunity to go to school. So we'll be leaning on helping our students ensure that they can graduate on time.
Mike, do you have a question? You're muted, Mike. But there's a question on the chat about migrant summer camp.
So I assume, Martin, that you're talking about a migrant summer school, maybe? Is that what the question? Yeah. So we're waiting to see what format we're going to be able to function within. If things have loosened up and we're able to gather in groups, then we will definitely do that. If not, then we will find other ways to deliver that information. Our goal is, of course, to hold that. That's incredibly valuable, and it helps our students so much. We're just really waiting to see where we are as a state and as a nation in terms of the delivery model that we're going to be able to pull off. And that, as I was mentioning earlier, that is also, we would love to expand our summer school offering to include more kids as well, because we really believe that there's going to be kids that can benefit from that. So, hey, I was going to tell you before I left this summer, the senior letters, I happen to have Maria and Andrew's letters right here, so I'd like to read them to you. Would that be okay?
That'd be
Probably
awesome.
not
Thanks.
appropriate. Yeah, probably not appropriate. Maria's gotten into some trouble over the years. There's a whole chapter here. I'll share that at a different time.
You have a question?
Oh, sorry.
You have a question here from Yadira.
Okay.
It's related to the whole, so like, let's say we don't know where we're going to be at in September. We don't know what the summer is going to look like. Has there been any talk about offering testing for students and doing that in school?
The only conversations we've had around that are we've made our facilities available. We have not had, I don't believe that the last conversation we had with Washington County, they had talked about the potential to use our schools and that kind of thing. As you and I talked about earlier, I don't think there's enough testing available at this time to do that, but we would certainly be open as a facility to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm more thinking about, like, let's say September comes, tests are more widely available. And with this talk now, as we're kind of, supposedly starting to mellow out with this, there's that possibility of a second wave. And so is that something that, I don't know, might be for the future as far as like testing the kiddos in school?
Yeah, we will definitely put that on our radar and start having conversations with Washington County and what that might look like for us. We're not opposed to it. It's just we haven't had the availability yet. But I will put it down as something to have a conversation with Washington County about. Okay, let me talk a little bit about, most of our students have checked in by now. Our teachers have been able to reach our students. There are still a handful, though, in our district that we have not made contact with. And so schools are approaching that in a variety of different ways. We continue to call and email and text and use every emergency number available to us. We have some of our secondary schools that are making drives out to addresses and saying, hey, buddy, you got to get online and here's your equipment and here's your hotspot. We need you to dial in here. So if you hear about any student that has not been contacted, or if you hear a parent say, hey, my kid's just not engaged in this, we would love to know that name, because we really are tracking kids one by one at this point. And like I said, most of them have, they've been able to chime in, but there's still a few that we are concerned about. And we know that's an issue that's happening in districts across the state as well, that there's a handful of kids that are kind of dropping off the map, and that won't work for us.
Just a question, if there's like a referral system that the teachers are like sending, like moving those names up where they haven't heard, and like how long do they usually wait? Or if there's like, is it also like based on inconsistencies of like showing up online?
Dale, you want to take that in terms of the tracking that's going on?
Sure. Yeah, so we're basically making sure that we are connecting with our kids weekly, in terms of like some sort of actual connection where I'm emailing you, you're emailing me back, that kind of thing, because we can see if a student has logged on, but you can log on, anybody can log on, right? So we really want that connection with our kids. If we haven't received contact with them weekly, then we will be reaching out and circling back. So again, really, we're down to a fistful in every single high school. Claudia was just bragging, and she said, I'm down to 8 now, because earlier she was down to 12. So, they're really going out and trying to do whatever they can to connect with kids. And then we'll just maintain that weekly. We are a little worried that once we go to a pass incomplete kind of option, that there may be kids who previously had really great grades, and now they're like, wow, okay, I don't really need to engage. So that might be a different level of challenge, especially at the middle and high school. That would be concerning. I mean, it allows us to get really creative and make sure it's so amazing that everybody wants to come, but it's also really hard to motivate someone if they've already kind of met a goal and may not be as motivated to engage in those activities.
Thank you, Dale. There's a question from Sheehan.
Hi, yes. So I know that the kids who are in the foster care system or who have some type of tie with DHS, I know from just personal experience that some of those kids have limited access to information. Sometimes the communication channels aren't always as clear as it is with other families. Has there been any follow-up or touch point with DHS as an entity, or even, communication with caseworkers to make sure that the kiddos who are within the DHS foster care system are being contacted directly?
Sheehan, I should have followed up with you on that one. So Sheehan had brought this point up a week or so ago. Just the trouble maybe that some of the DHS workers were having in understanding what was happening within the school system during this time. And so Sheehan, we did reach out. Brooke contacted her contact over at DHS and described the system to that person. She knew exactly who to contact. So I can circle back with you and find out exactly what the person's response was, but we have reached out to share information about how we're doing things. So I can touch base with Brooke again and get back to you on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
We also have a question from Danny.
My question pertained more towards construction still going on during this time. I know that we have a lot of projects we're trying to get done, and now is like a perfect time to get some of those done, seeing that we don't have to worry about getting the kids out of school. I live right by Brookwood, and so I'll take my dog on walks and I'll see all the construction we're doing at Brookwood. And I was just wondering what sort of protections that HSD is putting forth for the workers who are doing that. I know we use private contractors, but I was wondering if there's anything that we're specifically doing to ensure, social distancing and different types of worker safety through all of this.
All right, I'll let Adam take this one, and I do have one more update on the just on with our students, but I'll do that after Adam.
Sure. So each of our contractors is required to submit, not by us, but by the state of Oregon, a safety plan, and those safety plans have been updated multiple times by each of the different contractors. The general contractor is responsible for his subcontractors, but we do have the safety plans on file for each of the general contractors, and it's the same type of stuff that we require for ourselves. It's the social distancing, it's the notifications, it's the personal protective equipment requirements. So, and we have had, I have been out on job sites kind of monitoring the situation. Other district staff has. I know we've got neighbors watching us closely. So I think the contractors are very aware of how serious this is and are taking it very seriously.
Thank you.
All right, so so the last thing I wanted to talk about is just, we've been getting a lot of questions about what are graduations going to look like. Andrew and I talked via email about this a little bit. What are graduations going to look like? We've had a variety of different ideas. I'll let Andrew throw his idea out here in a minute. But the bottom line is we really don't know yet. Dale and I have been talking today about we will set a time, we'll put together a calendar, and that calendar will really illustrate to people when we're going to be making decisions about our graduation ceremonies. So for example, when it comes to the graduation ceremonies, facilities rents the big tents that the kids sit under. There's a ton of prep work and work that has to be done ahead of time. So we need to make that decision well in advance of the event itself. So we're going to put together a calendar where we have to make some decisions. we don't necessarily want to be first out of the gate on this one, because we do believe that there's going to be some good ideas coming from across the nation regarding, what's going to happen. What are the graduation ceremonies going to look like? Are people going to postpone them and maybe shoot for an August date? We've had one suggestion that let's have all of our students walk in the 4th of July parade and honor them by school that way. But we, of course, don't know if there'll be a 4th of July parade. So there's so many unknowns right now that we really do have, there's a lot of ideas on the table, but we haven't pulled the trigger on any of those yet because we really don't know where we're going to be. There's the idea that, we can have, what if we had the kids at the stadium and they practice good social distancing and the stadium was empty and we we live streamed it. Then the obvious thing is, could we really keep 400 kids 6 feet apart? I doubt it. So there's pluses and minuses with each idea. And do you want to share the idea that you had?
Yeah, and I've also communicated with some of the seniors in our student government, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Something that Tiger Tualatin brought up was the idea of having a sort of drive-through, really quotes drive-through, where board members and admin would be lined up, in this case for Hillsboro, along the Hillsboro Stadium, like along that sort of polling area. The students would get their diploma and then they would drive through a parade of their teachers. But after talking with some of my fellow seniors, a lot of them would rather have a postponed or delayed ceremony of any sort. I know that at least at Glencoe, this is something really important to the community. We have one of the more formal ceremonies in the district. And I think at this point, most of us are leaning towards doing what we can in terms of sort of salvaging this ceremony, be it postponing it or not having an audience. But I think at this point, the first priority is maybe postponing it.
We got 2 questions, one from Danny and one from Mark.
So my question revolves around painted grad caps. Now I know that historically we haven't allowed our seniors to paint grad caps, but I know that there's a lot of, people at home and I know that a lot of my friends have expressed their desire to paint on their grad cap, and seeing as though we don't know if there's going to be a official in place walk one, I was wondering if we could loosen up the regulation there.
So that's a question that comes up periodically, and those really are principal decisions. There's no board policy that says you can't decorate your graduation cap. There is, over the years, there's been conversations between the principals, and the decision's been made to let's keep it a little more formal. But those are principal decisions that they oftentimes make as an entire group. Dale, anything I missed in that?
I confess I had to attend to a personal issue, so I missed some of that.
Okay, then I think I got it 100% right then. Okay, very good. All right, Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, more of a comment suggestion. If we end up doing the drive-through thing at the Hillsboro Stadium, then at least kids can have their parents with them. So that's kind of cool. And the other sort of suggestion I would have is with the hops being there, they're pretty adept at fireworks displays in that one area. So if we did them at night and had a fireworks display for each class, that wouldn't be so bad either.
Okay.
I caught up now. I do have a comment. I think one of the things that the principals are very attuned to is they want to make sure that our kids are celebrated as often as we possibly can. And so we've thought about different ways just to continue with that celebration, whether those are like the signs, I don't know if Beth talked about that, or yard signs for all the graduates, or some sort of something just to make sure that we continue to, we know that they've lost a lot, so celebrating them. And then they're also, the high schools really want to make sure that we share the best ideas and that it's as consistent as possible, because all of our kids have done great things, and we want to make sure that in Hillsboro, you get celebrated in this manner. So really trying to share the best ideas, but then also being consistent with implementing those.
You got a question from Maria.
Okay, so I actually have two questions. Okay, I agree with Andrew. A lot of the seniors do want or prefer the postponed graduation because, like you guys have already been saying, it is very important, and a lot of them do. I do believe that a celebration is very important for seniors who have been studying and working hard for this. So, and if that does happen, if like this virus calms down a bit by August and we do want to have a postponed graduation, you said that you'd be making a calendar, right? Do you have an idea when you will make like that decision whether or not that'll be happening? And my other question is, Jostens will be delivering to homes, right? If we can't pick up the cap and gown at school.
I don't know the answer to the Jostens question. So that's something that we'd have to find out for you. I don't know if Dale knows that answer. Go ahead.
I think Jostens is delivering to the school, and if you can't get it from the school, then the school will ensure that they deliver it.
Okay. And then Maria, your first question about the timing of that. We know that we need to start communicating to parents and students here in the next week or so. So I think we can have a calendar that illustrates at what dates we'll make decisions. I think we can have that in the next week or so. Again, it's only going to be as good as the information we have at the time. And as we all know, it's, we were in school one day and we were out the next. So this is, it's something that's been changing pretty quickly, but I think within a week we can have a calendar that has all of those end of the year activities and at what point we'll make those decisions.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing. In case we feel like we don't have enough feedback from seniors and from families, are we planning on making like a survey or like a reach out to get input on how we can go about graduation in case it can't physically happen?
Dale's been working on that with the high school principals. Dale, do you want to report back on that?
Yes. The plan is to create kind of a survey, really asking our kids first, because this is a celebration for our students, and then also asking families after that, probably after we kind of pull some great ideas from students, what families would also want. We're all kind of waiting for guidance from the governor. So I think just kind of getting that timeline of when decisions will be made will help us all.
We have one more question from Andrew, and then we're falling a little behind, so we're going to move on after to our next item.
Not really a question, but more of just a quick little comment clarification. I believe at this point, for many of us, I think the main priority is having a postponed version. I think it would be nice to maybe have sort of a cutoff date, sort of saying, if we can't push it back, or if we have to push it back past this date, for example, like if we were to have like a cutoff date of August 9th, because by that point we have to start getting ready for next year. If we can't do anything by August 9th, then we would have to just do something really quick and simple, but that would still get the job done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. So, Mike, did you have any more on the update, or was that it?
That's everything I had, unless there's just additional questions on any COVID response. I've been trying to keep you updated, but those are some things that has happened in the last week or so.
Okay. So we'll move to our next item. If you have any additional questions, you can put them in the chat and we'll get to them if we have time at the end. Our next item on the agenda is our budget and student investment account update with Michelle, Travis, and Mike.
Okay, I think we have Michelle kicking this one off.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, everybody blinked out. We have a presentation going. I have some new technology. I'm trying because my last technology gave off a whistling sound. Thank you, Travis, for cluing me in on that. So bear with me or make some hand gestures if you hear something crazy. So tonight really was a scheduled presentation on an update kind of as we march along towards our developing the budget and heading into the budget committee meeting. Obviously, a lot has happened and there are a heck of a lot of variables out there we're not sure about, but tonight, this presentation is just about the process and the assumptions that we do know now. So if we could go to the first slide. So here's the agenda. A lot of this information is going to look familiar to you, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, hoping to answer questions that you may have at the end. We're going to look at our budget development update and a calendar review, our current service level outlook, of course, and the budget assumptions, both for revenue and expenditures, and then some proposed changes that we have to our budget document this year that we believe will be good. So next slide. So first of all, just a budget development update. As you know, it's been recommended to us by OSBA and others to try and change our meeting schedule a little bit to be more accommodating, given the distraction of COVID-19 and all of the activity around that, so that we have more time to process information, and also hopefully more information will be available at the time we present our proposed budget to inform that what next year is going to look like for us. So we have had our meetings to date. Our Student Investment Act application is in. We have a current budget committee vacancy. Originally, the vacancy application period was through March 31st, and we extended that through today. And we do have 2 verified applicants for your review. Later on in our agenda, I think coming up next, we're going to ask you to adjust our budget committee meeting from April 28th to May 12th to give us some more time for our development and information for that group. Our budget hearing and adoption is still on schedule, so we have plenty of time to make that adjustment. And then our implementation, of course, will happen on July 1st. So next slide. Okay, so given this, these are all of the factors that we have right now that inform our projections for current service level. So we have a current estimate, and there's links to them here. I don't know that you'll be able to access them until we make this available to you. The final estimate for 2018-19, which reflects a final payment that we'll get from ODE in May, or negative adjustment given different variables across the state, that hasn't been released yet. We do have information that we shared last month about our enrollment projections, and kind of what we're predicting is going to be minimal growth given the mobility factors that we have, the new construction yield factors that we have, and all of the information that we shared last meeting. And the other factor there for us is our student weighting trends, and the economy plays into that, and we're going to see ripples across the state as far as students in poverty. And of course, our EL students get extra weighting, and our students on IEPs. So all of those trends as they happen impact our state school fund grant allocation. And number 3, just our disclaimer right now that the economic impacts are to be determined by COVID-19. We have some mitigation plans under development, but we don't have any concrete forecast information as far as the impact to the economy. There have been discussions of a loss to the state school fund that may or may not be related to the CAT tax. The Student Investment Act, you guys are aware that those, all of the planning that we did for that was predicated on a brand new collection of the CAT. And right now, that's kind of under discussion at the state level. And then, of course, Measure 98, full funding of Measure 98 was also dependent upon that corporate activity tax. So those are some things that we're planning, some kind of some tiered strategies for reductions. And in that, with that in mind, all of the feedback we received from the community on priorities as we were developing our Student Investment Act application, that's how we're developing our response to additional information as it comes. So I'll kick that over to Mike.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, there are just so many interesting things here that, you know, first of all, on number 2, us trying to determine what impact this, the quarantining and the unemployment, what kind of impact that's going to have on our student enrollment is, you know, it's not going to be as dialed in as it has been in the past, I'm afraid. And so we will act in a conservative and cautious manner as we move forward. But we really do think that there could be an impact there. But in which way? Does it mean we're going to get more students in? Does it mean we're going to have students moving out of the area? I think it's going to depend largely on what employment, what unemployment in this area is looking like. So that remains to be seen. I guess if there is any good news in this, it is that we're not in this alone. I've been on the phone with superintendents throughout the state of Oregon, and this comes out in every call and every video conference that we have, is that people are being really cautious with the spending of the SIA dollars right now. Everyone is trying to figure out how can we preserve the intent of the community input that we received, while at the same time being mindful of the actual dollars that may come in. So you'll hear a little bit later, but we're in the process of putting together 3 tiered levels of what if we get 75% of the money, what if we get 50%, what if we get 25%, and what can we do to mitigate the impact on staff members and on the number of adults or the number of teachers that we're able to hire, the number of counselors that we're able to hire, the mental health services that we're able to get in. So all of those are conversations that are currently going on in order to prepare for that and to put ourselves in the best position that we possibly can as we move forward through this year. We're in a spending and hiring slowdown. We're not calling it a freeze, but we're also being very cautious. Each position is looked at position by position. Is it one of those hard to fill positions that we know that we're going to have trouble if we don't hire that now? Is it maybe more of a position that we tend to get a lot of applicants for? Maybe we can wait on that one a little bit. And that's the same as with our spending as well. We're being careful with any spending that we're doing. If it is COVID-19 related in some type of response or some way that we're working to track down kids or to connect with kids, that's spending that we will move forward on. If it's something that's not related to that, we're going to be mindful of the economic position we may find ourselves in and be very, very careful as we look at each of those. I think a good example of that is the Pathway Center. We believe right now the early indications coming out is that Measure 98 will be fully funded. We oftentimes, though, don't look at each pot of money as discrete. We oftentimes look and see where can we make the most difference by blending some of our funds when it's appropriate to do so. But on the Pathway Center, we're going to keep moving forward on that, and we're going to keep moving forward with our permits. And of course, the drawings are already underway and that kind of thing. But we'll wait and see what percentage of those Measure 98 funds we actually get in that we were going to allocate towards that before we make any final decisions to start on construction. We're continuing down that path, believing that we're going to be okay there, but I just want to let you know that we're being cautious there, and we want to make sure that we are making decisions that are preserving people and just being conservative in our projections at this point. Any questions? Right, sorry, Michelle, you want to do questions at the end, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll, Mark, if you're okay, I'll go ahead and just keep going and then come back to questions. Okay. Going on to the next slide then. These are the revenue assumptions, and this is the same slide that I've shared before. Given our local revenue for property taxes and the state school fund, how that'll play out. Indirect rate charged to grants, it's still our intent to do that. And then the other sources of revenue are going to be based just on historical experience. We understand that there may be some additional funds available through the CARES Act, and we're monitoring how those can offset a potential impact to operations. Right now, it's a big puzzle of different potential funds. And so we're just keeping an eye on all of that and kind of having to weigh how to maximize everything to meet the needs that are expressed. Next slide, please. And this is, again, a very similar slide to what we've shared before as far as our expenditure assumptions for next year. We have bargained next year, has all been determined. So unless we go back and bargain something different, this is what we're looking at as far as COLA and insurance increases. Our supplies and services, we have to go, even though things have changed over the last month, we're going to use our historical years and our current costs to project what our costs in a regular full year will be, and that will be a consideration of the budget. And then again, just a reminder that $4 million of our Student Investment Act, approximately 25%, was to fund current service level items. Next slide, please. And so this is a pie chart because I just really like them, and I wanted to remind everyone what our budget is made up of. And so you can see the two blue components on the left pie. Those are people, those are wages, and those are all of the other payroll costs associated with those wages. And so it kind of gives a pictorial view of how much of our budget is actually tied up in services and utilities. And so when the governor's executive order tells us to continue paying staff, even though our schools are closed, this is why we don't foresee a huge impact to the budget or a giant savings, because the buildings aren't open for school. The pie chart on the right-hand side, that's just identifies those big components of the payroll costs. We know that PERS is a big deal, and insurance benefits. Those are the biggest pieces that are accompany every dollar that we pay our staff. So again, just an illustration to that. I won't linger, even though I think it's really pretty. Next slide, please. And so
it's very
this is
pretty,
our...
Michelle. Very pretty.
Thank you, Jackie. So this is another picture, long-range forecast. This is before the adjustments. And so you can see on this slide under 2021 that we were projecting a $4 million shortfall. And this is where we discussed early on in our planning with the Student Investment Act to take $4 million of costs that we are already doing on eligible items, things that aligned with what the state was telling us we needed to spend those dollars on. And so this is the before picture. And next slide. This is part of Travis's original presentation with the links that go to the SIA application, along with the longitudinal growth targets. As a reminder, next slide. Our color coding, brilliant, that talks about those buckets that the SIA could fund and what we put in for our application. Next slide. And another just stunning pie chart. This is the one that shows our final proportionality in our SIA application, and you can see the light blue represents current service level and class size that was to be covered from these funds. Dark blue is class size reduction, so those were additional FTE to drive down our student to teacher ratios. And then on the yellow side, we have the light yellow, student health and safety, current service level. So that's a big chunk of things that we're already doing to support our students' behavior, health, and safety. And then the dark yellow, of course, was the additional. And this 4.0 was, I'll credit Travis with his responsiveness to all of the input he received for various versions for before we arrive to our final application. So next slide. This is our long-range forecast with the adjustments. And so by making that adjustment in 2021 and transferring those costs to the SIA grant, it created this operational alignment over the longer course. So that's assuming that SIA would continue to fund those current service level items as long as we receive those dollars. Next slide. And this is just a note about some changes that you'll notice in our proposed budget document. We're making some kind of almost rechaptering of information, so it may look a little bit different for folks that have seen our budget year after year after year. And I'm just planting the seed now that it will look different. It will have all of the current budget information with some additional items as well. So I just want to let you guys know that it may look different, even if those additional items are just in the supplemental section. Next slide. Happy to take questions.
So you have 2 questions on here in the chat, Michelle. One is from Mark, and actually 3. Are you able to pull up that little chat window?
Yeah, I can see Mark's question.
Yep.
Well, the economic impact, I guess I don't need to read it. Everybody can see that. I think we know that it won't be positive, correct? So we're really just trying to figure out how much less we're going to get in both SIA and general fund. Mark, that's exactly what we're doing, is we're trying to figure out what changes and adjustments we can make to maintain current service level and increase services in the areas that we understand are important to the students that we serve. Did that answer your question? Yeah, sorry about that. Cian?
So we have a question from Sheehan, if we can just access the presentation on our own. So if you could forward that to Rose so she can send it to us or put it in a board
Absolutely.
update. Thank you.
Yep.
And then Mark had another question. If we do experience a decrease in student population, how does that impact our CSL? Is there a linear relationship between a decrease in students and CSL?
Yes, there is. We staff on a student to teacher ratio. So if we're projecting that we're going to have fewer students, that would bring us to a lower staffing experience as well. So there would be a savings in FTE there. The challenge is predicting where exactly those are going to show up across the district. And so that, begs the need for us to establish that fix it and be able to respond in the fall when those kids actually show up in those classrooms.
Okay. Anybody else have any additional questions for Michelle before we move on?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. So we are on to the next item on our agenda, which is up here. So we have an action item with Michelle as well to adopt the revised planning calendar for budget. And that's on page 6 of your agenda packet.
If I may, this action item just reflects the change that we talked about in terms of changing the budget committee date from April 28th to May 12th.
I move that the board of directors adopt the revised planning calendar for the 2020-21 budget.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jackie and seconded by Mark. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, yeah, I should have put in the chat. Does the budget committee, the citizen portion of the budget committee, ever meet without us? Like I know the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee meets without us in the room. Does the budget committee ever do that, or are all of those meetings with us?
Those
Typically,
are all of. Yeah. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, but I was actually just thinking as we were going through this presentation that I would like to schedule a time with them as well, just so that they're familiar with all of these, just our current position. It wouldn't require a board meeting, though. I can gather them and share this information with them.
Okay.
The actual definition of the budget committee includes board members on the budget committee. So they, I mean, we could have Michelle get people up to speed, but they meet with the board because the board is actually part of that budget committee.
Yeah, it wouldn't be technically a board. It wouldn't be technically a budget meeting. It would just be like an information session.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signal by voting aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. You guys hear my gavel? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking. Okay, our next item on our agenda is our corporate activity tax update with Adam Stewart.
There. Sorry, had trouble with my mute button. As we talked about last week on the conference call, and again in the board update that I sent out to accompany the board packet, my recommendation on how the district handles the corporate activity tax, because remember, our vendors, our construction partners are required to pay this corporate activity tax. And my recommendation on how we handle that is that we establish an agreement between the district and the contractor that basically says that we will pay a 1% premium on all of their pay apps, their basis for payment, to account for their corporate activity tax and any subcontractor corporate activity tax to cover that cost. The one change that's happened since the call I made, or the call we had last week, was because of the timing of everything that's happening right now, contractors are going to be required to make this first payment this month, the first quarterly payment. There is a lot of talk at the state level about a special session to discuss either delaying the implementation or delaying the collection of the corporate activity tax. And there's a possibility that if you approve this agreement, we will have paid, in effect, we will have reimbursed the contractors for something that goes away, at least for this first quarter, if the implementation is delayed. So I'm recommending that in any agreement we put together with the contractors, that we have language that says if the CAT tax is delayed, implementation is delayed, and they're not responsible for paying it for this first quarter, that we get reimbursed, or that we deduct that amount from future payouts. So that's my recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay.
We got a question from Mark on there. I'll read it out loud. Is the 1% proposal just for contracts that have already been executed? Going forward, are we expecting to continue the 1% relationship, or do we expect that it will be included in the cost of doing business by contractors?
Yeah, thank you, Martin. This would only be for those contracts that were signed prior to the CAT tax being adopted by the legislature. So for us, that's Glencoe High School, Hillsboro High School, Brookwood Elementary School, the satellite transportation facility, contracts that were signed without us being aware, or the contractor being aware that this new tax was coming in. Anything that we sign after the 1st of January of 2020 is the cost of this will be just included in the bid that we get from the contractor, and it won't be broken out separately at all.
Just a questions on the logistics, Adam, of how we do this to the contracts that have already been approved by the board or signed. Is there going to be a like an umbrella amendment that cover all of them, or is it just a small enough number that doesn't have to come up with the board?
It will be a change order to the contract that we have with each of the contractors.
And do you need board approval for that, or is it low enough?
I don't need board approval. I would like your approval. It doesn't have to be formal, but just a head nod that this is the direction that we'd like to go.
I appreciate also just the transparency of having this conversation and what we're having to do right now, so people are aware of the changes that need to happen.
Thank you.
If there's any other questions for Adam, oh, there you go. Jackie has a question. Go ahead, Jackie.
Sorry, it takes me a while to navigate the whole screen typing thing. So this is not just us doing this. This is standard for other districts that are also dealing with construction at this time, or is it just across the board? Period.
This is a unique approach to how to handle this. All districts who are having construction done are having to make a decision about how they're going to handle the construction activity tax or corporate activity tax. In some cases, they're asking their contractors to break out on every one of their pay apps the calculation that they're arriving at for what that cost is for that particular pay app. Then the district is having to go through, confirm that they agree with that number. And when you have 6 or 8 of these every month, it can turn into a real bookkeeping issue, which is why I'm recommending that we go with this flat 1%. I think it's a known factor at that point for the district. It's a known factor at that point for the contractor, and it kind of takes all the. I'm hoping.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, this is Michelle. We're not the only district that's using this language, though.
No, in fact, I stole this from Salem Kaiser. This was their approach to this issue.
We have one more question from Mark.
So for contracts that are completed in the first quarter, if it's not delayed but eliminated for the first quarter, we won't have to pay that then, right?
Yeah. For instance, Evergreen, I think will be complete before the end of this quarter, and so a PNC, our contractor there, wouldn't be eligible for anything if
right. So if it's delayed, they'll still be responsible for it, and we probably would have to be charged. But when they finally do their special session, if it's eliminated, then we won't have to pay it. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And what we do have to pay for any of those contracts will be significantly reduced because we had a lot of work done in this first quarter.
That's one of the things that we've been talking about is, first of all, we've visited with districts around us as well as the city and the county to see how various people are handling this. We've also checked with our legal counsel on this one. We feel like we're in a good spot to go this direction. One of the things that I did want to talk about is that Eric and I, a couple of weeks ago, talked about the potential of sending a letter to our legislators to encourage them to hold us harmless, during this time, and that we are counting on those SIA dollars. And we've talked back and forth about that. We've talked about, yeah, that would be a good idea. We want them to know that, this is money that we're counting on, and we've got a lot of great plans for it. We also want to be, we don't want to be tone deaf in the conversation, and we want to make sure that we're showing our compassion for those companies that are trying to stay in business, that are working to not lay people off. And so we just want to be careful in that. So I guess now we just need a little guidance as to what direction we want to go on that. We were waiting till after this conversation before we put together a draft, if that's what we want to do, that we share with the board. So Eric, I don't know if you want to have a conversation about that, or do you have any thoughts that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, I think Yeah, Martin just made a comment on here that OSBA is still advocating for the cat, and I think that for us, one of the hardest things to balance right now is figuring out how to explain, where we are. Of course, everybody's going to be hit by this, economic crisis that we're kind of on the cusp of. But also for us, it's compounded over the years of not having adequate funding. And so trying to mitigate or at least advocate for current service level, which is sad that that's like our new baseline is that's the reality. But I'm still trying to get more information from just kind of a feel from my fellow board members as to what is that right balance of us either writing a letter to this committee and saying if we're still having to pay for this, if we're negotiating this and it happens and they're collecting, like can we what is the extent that we advocate for us to get current service level at least, so we don't have a short 4.5 or something like that we we're counting on from the SSA fund. So just if you guys want to chime in, I see Martin's comment about recommending a neutral position. And then I don't know what other thoughts you all have.
This is Jackie. I think a letter would be helpful and useful. I mean, it's not going to hurt because I think we need to step up and go big and I mean, they all know that we're still having to pay for everything, but I could go either way on that one. But I do support this recommendation from Adam.
So unless anybody's like really, really wanting to do that, I think, Mike, the sense is maybe we just kind of wait it out and see how it goes in regards to writing a letter, and wait a little bit longer and just kind of stay in that neutral position.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay, our next item on our agenda is item E, our award contracts for Hillsboro High School parking lot improvements, again with Adam. And I know, Adam, you're gonna run through this information about this for our board members. When I call the vote, it'll be easier if you can all just use the chat and vote on there, and I can see all your names pop up with a yay or nay or abstain. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, the good news is amidst all everything that's happening, contractors are hungry for work. California, Washington have both basically put an end of all construction right now. So we've got a lot of hungry contractors. We had 5 bidders on our Hillsboro High School project. We ended up with some really good pricing to do the work at the Hillsboro High School parking lot. So I'm happy to recommend tonight that we, whoops, wrong button, sorry, that we award the contract for the base bid to Baker Rock for $298,355. And in addition, we award bid alternate number 1 to Baker Rock in the amount of $61,200. This will allow us to completely repave that parking lot, and both the main parking lot and the student parking lot, which is something that we were hoping to be able to do as part of this project, and I'm happy to report that we'll be able to do it. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so we'll vote by the chat and I'll read it into the record. That way it's easier that they all come in. But I'm looking for a motion, and then.
Do we do both or just one at a time?
I think you can do both.
I move that the board of directors award the base bid contract for Hillsboro High School parking lot improvements to Baker Rock in the amount of $298,355. I feel like it's a second motion.
Yeah, I feel it's a two, so let's
Yeah.
just do one. So we'll do that one. It's been moved by Mark and seconded by Martin. Is there any discussion on that first motion? Okay, so all those in favor, please signal by saying yes or aye on the chat. Okay, so voting yes is Jackie Spross, Martin Watson, Martin Granum, Sheehan Kim, Yadira Martinez, Lisa Allen, and Eric Lopez. The motion carries.
I move that the board of directors award the bid alternate number 1 to Baker Rock in the amount of $61,200.
So it has been moved by Mark and seconded by Sheehan. Is there any discussion on the second motion? Okay, all those in favor, please signal by voting yes in the chat room or aye. Okay, it's been voted yes by Jackie Spross, Martin Watson, Lisa Allen, Martin Granum, Sheehan Kim, Yadira Martinez, and myself voting yes. The motion carries. We have one quick comment from Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on a run at Noblewoods Park, and in the very back is an obscure plaque that the founder of Baker Rock basically facilitated Noblewoods Park way back in the day, and I thought that was kind of interesting. So Baker Rock is a long-standing local firm in the community.
Thank you, Martin, for that comment. All right, so we will move to our next item. Please just a reminder to mute your mics when you're not speaking so we don't get any of that background noise. Our next item is our early learning partnership report with Olga Acuna and Kelly Purdy.
If I can just make an introductory comment, the reason that we wanted to have this agenda item on here for you folks is we're really proud of the work that we're doing with our early childhood education, and specifically the two people here that are going to be presenting this evening. Olga is masterful at finding and blending funds so that we can pull this off. She is great with our partners and just does an incredible job with that. And so we definitely wanted her to be part of this because she is a huge reason why we have so many preschools in the Hillsboro School District. Kelly Purdy, who you're going to hear from, and you've met her before, but she is an expert in early childhood ed and knows Oregon State regulations, has had a long history of experience with early childhood ed, and has just done an incredible job for us. So I just wanted you to be aware of this work. Sometimes when we talk K-12 education or we talk about what's going on in our school district, preschools gets left out of that equation, and I wanted to make sure that you're aware of the good work that's going on there. All right, turn it over to Olga and Kelly.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for those kind words. Good evening, members of the board and staff present. Thank you for inviting us here today. We have you'll have Kelly and I share a little bit about what are the great things that we're doing with preschools. We have 10 minutes. I realize that, but we hope that we can give you enough information for you to get super excited. So Rose, you'll be shifting the slides. Should I just say next slide, please? Okay. So as some of you know, this whole thing started with the Senate bill that created the Oregon Education Investment Board. And so the purpose of that was the purpose of the Oregon Education Investment Board was to ensure that all public school students in Oregon reach education outcomes. And with that, they added the Oregon Early Learning Council as well. So the Oregon Early Learning Council was charged with improving kindergarten readiness or school readiness, as some say, and making sure that there were systems in place, that there were systems that were coordinated and aligned to most effectively support families. Next slide. So the really good thing for us is that there are a lot of champions out there for early learning. There are a lot of believers that the most important period of a child's life is the beginning years. And so with that, I'll move to the next slide. So the overarching goal for the Early Learning Council was to ensure school readiness. And in order for the state to do that, they created an initiative, and through that initiative, they established early learning hubs. You probably have heard that we in Washington County have an early learning hub, and we call it Washington County Early Learning Hub. There are 16 other ones across the state, and their sole responsibility is to coordinate and gather key people in the community to come together and bring their resources to create systems for children and families. Next slide. So as I just mentioned to you, bringing together all entities, school districts, Head Start, partners, nonprofits, educators from around the county. And for the last few years that we have worked together as part of the Early Learning Hub, we have been able to design coordinated efforts that we call community efforts to support preschool programming. Through the Early Learning Hub, we were able to secure some funding to hire what we used to call them family resource managers. That title since then has changed a little bit, and they are early learning coordinators. But they are responsible for ensuring that our students are recruited and enrolled into the programs, into preschool programs. Next slide. So the Early Learning Washington County is co-directed currently by the county, the Department of Health and Human Services, and United Way. United Way plays a huge role in when it comes to funding and supporting our efforts. The county received hub status in 2014, so just a few years ago. We have since then expanded early learning in many ways. Through the county, we were able to also secure some funding to support preschools and to hire staff and provide resources with the goal of really strengthening services in highest need areas and targeting priority populations. And within the priority populations, we have Title I schools were schools where we initially started our preschool programs. Students of color, Latino students, McKinney-Vento students, students with special needs, and others. Next slide. So as part of the Early Learning Hub, the primary responsibilities are to work across programs and sectors for collective impact. Their goal is to ensure that the districts are following suit with ensuring that the priority populations are being identified and served, that our families are being supported, and they are linked to resources and opportunities, and that we are also monitoring outcomes. Next slide. as a district, we also created an early learning team. And the early learning team is a connection, a direct connection to the early learning hub. So what the early learning team in Hillsboro does is they focus on coordinating services for our district only. Whereas the early learning hub at the county level helps coordinate services at the county level. So that includes all of our other districts. The 1.5 FTE that you see on the screen is the staff that they fund. So we've had 2 full-time family resource managers. We have been able to compensate the other 0.5 through Title I monies. And again, their sole responsibility is to provide outreach to vulnerable families and highest needs catchment areas, to organize, recruit, and enroll children, and work with community partners to coordinate resources as well. Next slide. And so here you can see all of the different programs that are in place. And I am proud to say that in 2014, we had a half-time preschool program out of Reedville Elementary that was funded through Migrant Ed Funds. And so since then, we've added 7, 8, 9 new sites. Some of them we have partnered with Community Action, with Adelante Mujeres, some other organizations such as OCDC. And so on the screen on the left side, you'll see the programs that are running out of our district, primarily through Adelante and HSD. And to the right, starting with Lincoln Street, you'll see the Head Start programs. And those are primarily managed by Community Action, but we are working in partnership with them and very closely. Okay, so the next slide. And so, as Mike said, one of the strategies that we use to fund the programs is through a model that we call braided funds. And so it's a combination of grants, title grants. Most recently, we have been able to tap into Title III monies. KPI, which is the Kinder Innovation Grant. And that is one of the ways that we have been able to manage all of the different programs that we have added. Next slide. So you might be wondering what is next? What are we planning on doing in terms of expanding, and what does the Early Learning Student Success Act is all about? So I want you to know that Kelly and I are in the process of applying for additional grants through Preschool Promise. The goal is to expand and add possibly another 3 programs in the coming year, and 3 after that. And so the Preschool Promise grants are directly funded through the Student Success Act. So after the passing of that act in 2019, the legislature did create that early learning account to fund programs across the state. And so the funding will support expansion of existing programs. So the Preschool Promise sites that we have in place right now will continue. So that is super exciting for us, and we are looking forward to that expansion. Next. So as you can see here, as part of the early learning account, this is what the state is designating to support the various goals that they have identified. 20% of the overall SSI investment, which is quite a bit of money there, will serve children birth to 5 years of age, infants and toddlers, preschoolers, and family-focused investments, parenting education, wraparound services, you name it. And so the regional targets that the state is looking at are really based on the percent of children that live in families that are at or below 200% of the poverty level. And so the number of slots that we have as of today is 2,565. That means that Washington County would be able to apply for 150 to 250. I'm hoping that that can change a little bit. Those numbers were set earlier in February, I believe. The applications were due April 2nd, but due to the pandemic and the health crisis, they have extended the deadline to March 5th, or I'm sorry, May 5th. So Kelly and I will be finishing those applications in the next couple of days. And then we will keep you posted if we hear anything from the state. And then next slide, please. So here is just an overview of the timeline, and that is directly from the state. But as I mentioned earlier, things keep changing every day, so we're hoping that the change is good for us. And next slide, please.
All right.
So I am going to have Kelly pick it up from here. She's going to tell us a little bit more about our vision for the next 5 years.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you for having us here tonight. So as you can see, this is the list that Olga had originally showed you. And in the highlighted schools is where we're hoping to have expansion. So Community Action is putting in their applications for additional funding. And Lincoln Street currently is actually has 2 classrooms there part-time. And so they're putting in money to make Lincoln Street a duration site so that the students and families there will have a full day preschool opportunity, which is more enrichment and more opportunities for those families, which is fantastic. They're looking at expanding to other sites. Lad Acres is another site that Community Action is looking to expand to, and Jennifer, the principal there, is very excited about it. We, as Olga had mentioned, are putting in our application for Preschool Promise for additional sites at Minterbridge, Brookwood, and Imlay, which would serve Imlay and Indian Hills students. What we did based off of the hub needs assessment, we realized that we've already been serving our tier 1 schools. And so now we're able to actually reach out and look at our tier 2 schools. And that is why you're seeing us reaching out into Brookwood and Imlay and the Lad Acre area. Next slide, please. So we, as an early learning team, also have a Hillsboro early learning team, which acts as an advisory board. And we have very similar goals to the Washington County goals, which are for us to create an early learning system that is coordinated and culturally relevant to meet the needs of all of our families in our community, to narrow the gap for our low-income families for early access to care and educational programs, to level out that playing field, to ensure that our children arrive at school ready to thrive, to do well, to reach their potential and be the human beings that they are capable of being, and ensure that our children are living in stable and healthy environments. We work as a collaborative to see how we can actually meet the needs of the whole child. Next slide, please. So here's just a list. Olga already mentioned a couple of our partners, but as our advisory group meets every month, the last Tuesday of every month, this involves partners from Community Action, United Way, LifeWorks Northwest, Early Learning Washington County, Adelante Mujeres, which is a huge partner for us, the Washington County Cooperative Library Services, Oregon Child Development Coalition, and then Community Action and the ESD, and Virginia Garcia. And these are all really important partners for us to help make sure that we're meeting the whole child needs, which includes the family, or mental health, all the way to education and physical health. Next slide, please. So we have been doing this now for at least 4 or 5 years, and we've actually accomplished quite a bit. And so it's time for us to create new goals. And so we've sat down as a team to look at where do we want to be in 5 years with early learning. And so one of the the key things that we looked at as a team is that we want to have a shared vision for prenatal to first grade alignment. And that's a lofty goal, but we feel that we can have at least a vision and make a path to get to where we want to be, so that we are serving our families from the time that they are bringing their children into this world to the time that they are fully into the K-12 system. We want to have systems in place to track not only academic, but also social emotional growth from pre-K to third grade. We want to have stable funding for preschool regardless of a family's income level. One thing I'm really excited about moving forward with is community rooms to focus on the prenatal to 5-year-olds and their families by providing resources and play groups and having parent education offered based off of what our community is asking for. We would like to have a solid substitute pool for early learning. This actually is something that's coming into place right now because our child care resource and referral is having to put a sub list together for our emergency child care providers currently, so that we actually have movement on this one, which is fantastic. And to have 5-star ratings for all of our sites. And what that means is there's something in the state called SPARK. It was based off of the Quality Rating Information System, which is nationwide. And a 5-star rating shows that our early learning facilities are very high quality. And that's something that we want to make sure that we maintain and are able to work towards for all of our sites. Next slide. Because we work with our partners to run our preschools, we have several things that we provide oversight and direct supports for, and things that we work together with our partners. For our preschools where we are in partnership with Adelante Mujeres, Community Action, or OCDC, we provide the building and custodial support, meals, and we have a fantastic nursing team that works really well with us to make sure that our students are getting the access that they need to the health room, making sure that medical protocols are done correctly, and they work with our partners really well. We work with care team and oversee care team, the professional development for all of our partners and our teachers that are HSD employees, and parent outreach with our family resource managers and our education and family community liaisons. Our agencies work with us to help us have even more expertise in the 0 to 5-year-old area and have a lens of equity, for families, and to make sure that we are able to provide those real wraparound services for families, and then to have shared professional development to make sure that it's meeting the needs of our early learning providers, because they have a specific professional development protocol they have to follow as well. Next slide, please. So our early learning Hillsboro advisory team does a lot of coordinated events and efforts together. One is the early learning fair. We had fantastic turnout for that this year. We tend to have it at the Brookwood Library because that is a community center that people are drawn to. Our kinder fairs, which this year we were able to at least do one kinder fair. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we weren't able to host our second kinder fair, but we did have a really good turnout. We do coordinate professional development with all of our partners, and we invite them to our professional development, and we go to their in-services in the summer. We have kindergarten and preschool teacher PLCs, which are still continuing virtually as we've moved into this distance learning for all. And we do in different variations, forms of kindergarten summer bridges. Migrant Summer School is one of those pieces. And then as a team, we've worked over the last 5 years, and moving forward, we've aimed on new goals based off of the Washington State early learning framework. And so our focus as we move forward in the next 5 years are around teacher effectiveness, instructional tools, and continuity of pathways. Next slide. Well, I thank you for letting us talk to you a little bit about early learning today. Are there any questions?
Oh, you got a couple questions, so we'll start with Sheehan.
Thank you both, Kelly and Olga. This is really, really exciting to hear. I'm really excited for what the next 5 years are going to look like as well with the 5-year vision. A couple of questions that I had was, one, how that the outreach is done, and how do you prioritize, I guess, which families and which students you get to serve? And then the second part of that question is just a clarification. Olga, you had mentioned the number 2,565 slots. Is that how many kids we have been able to serve in like an academic calendar year. And with that, what is the application? I guess how many applications are there versus how many students we're actually able to serve? And is there a huge kind of discrepancy in terms of, we have a huge influx of people who are needing this and interested, yet we're only able to serve a very small portion of the community?
You want to give it a shot, Kelly?
Sure. So our educational liaisons for early learning, they work in collaboration with the enrollment teams from OCDC, Adelante Mujeres, and Community Action. They actually have collaborative meeting times to look at applications and make sure that students or children and families are being served by the correct organization. We have understanding with our hub and with our partners that we won't take children or families from organizations that they should be going to that are eligible for services. So for instance, Community Action. So they work together collaboratively, and we also share waiting lists. So currently right now I can speak specifically for Reedville because I just finished up our monthly report for Preschool Promise. We have 3 families that are on our waiting list currently. We have even more 3-year-olds because we typically prioritize 4-year-old children to go into our preschool programs for at least HSD and Adelante Mujeres. But we do share our waiting lists and then are able to refer families out to other organizations as well. As far as our other waiting lists, I don't have those lists right on hand, so I couldn't honestly tell you how many are waiting on wait list for Adelante at the moment, but our team will be meeting here soon virtually again.
And in regards to the 2,000 plus slots, Shean, those are additional slots that will be funded throughout the state on top of what slots we already are eligible for. For example, our Preschool Promise program in Hillsboro was Reedville, Eastwood, and Free Orchard. So those programs will continue to be funded. And the 3 additional classrooms that we will be adding, Brookwood, Inlay, and Lat Acres, would be additional spaces with additional slots. And those are slots that we will need to apply for Reedville as well. So we have to reapply for that. But the 2,000 plus slots are additional to what has been funded.
And I think I didn't answer one of your other questions, which was how are children eligible? It depends on the funding source. So if they're preschool promise slots, they have to meet income eligibility guidelines according to the application. Also for Community Action, they can only take a specific percentage of students or families that are above the 200% income level for federal poverty lines. Otherwise, they have to meet guidelines for lower income families. Same for Oregon Child Care or OCDC. And then for our braided funding slots, students and families need to meet migrant eligibility as well as Title I eligibility.
You have a couple of questions, so let's go with Martin, Yadira, and then Jackie.
Thank you, Kelly and Olga. My question is about the goals to scale this up over time. There's still schools, I think, that even aren't on your growth list that probably have a lot of kids with this need. How do we get there to really full build out of this program? Is it helpful that if the school itself has an entity that's, I'll just throw out, let's just say Butternut Creek. If they have a nonprofit that's wanting to provide this service, does that help? Or how do you get more schools enrolled over time?
So we have one title school that will come on board, not next year, but the following. That would be the only title school of the 8 that is not currently running a preschool. That is Newberry. Our plan is, as we build new schools, we would like to continue to request that those new schools are built with preschool in mind. For schools that like Butternut Creek or other schools that are not currently offering a preschool, if there is a need there and there are families that are eligible, we would be able to serve them on some of the other sites. And that's what we have been doing for quite some time, especially with the programs that we are running out of Pointer Middle School and the high schools. And so through federal programs, title programs, we're able to do that. The Butternut Creek families would qualify probably for under preschool promise. So if they were eligible, we would consider them. And so I think one of the only challenges we would have is transportation at the state level. We have not been able to figure out that piece for preschool, but we would do everything possible to provide a service for that family.
And the one thing that's been fantastic is that we are able to get creative. So for instance, the preschool that's at Pointer is serving Newberry children because Newberry didn't have space.
Right.
So you have the ability to, serve students from other catchment areas at a different location because if they have space, which is also helpful.
So if you're eligible and attend Butternut Creek, does the team at Butternut Creek automatically say, hey, you're eligible, let's try to find you a spot at Reedville because that's very close behind, or if a child is otherwise ineligible, if the child is eligible but they're not in a school that offers it, do they just go, what's that communication like?
So they make a referral to our preschool specialists. So we have our family resource managers. We have one full-time migrant family resource manager, and then two that are funded through the county. So there are 3 people plus Kelly. We have an instructional coach, Kirsten Gerber, and myself. And so we have information on the website. We have flyers that go out to families. So we have families that are calling us all the time with, saying, I have a child, can I get him enrolled in preschool? And so we will interview the family and find out if they're eligible. And then if there's a slot available, then we will get that family in. If not, we will put them on the wait list. But yeah, there's a recruitment and referral process.
In addition, we also collaborate and partner with the ESD so that we have students are able to have inclusive classroom settings as well at the early learning stage.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we had one more person with a couple more, Yadira and then Jackie.
Hi, Olga. Hi, Kelly. My question is, so for like HSD, the student growth was not happening as big as we were anticipating. So do you guys see any issues with filling all these extra spots?
I don't see. Go ahead.
I don't think so. The need is great, and we have, like Kelly mentioned, a couple of families on the wait list for Reedville. I know for a fact that we have wait lists for some of the other schools as well. So I'm not projecting a decrease in student enrollment at this level.
Okay, and then another follow-up question: do we? Is there a way to kind of, once they start like services with us, whether they're like, little babies or, 3 or 5 into preschool, are we going to be following those kids throughout those years?
Yes, and right now, because we had the release of information, Community Action built it straight into their registration packet. All of our families are in Synergy, and we've been tracking attendance, and so we're actually able to have a CUME file started for all of our little friends, and they're able to have that roll straight into kindergarten.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Jackie, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. So Kelly mentioned our daycares being used for the emergency daycare for the frontline workers. I'm just curious. Do you happen to have a number or an estimate of how many families we've been able to serve that way?
Yeah, actually I do. So I'm helping with Ryan Petrick and Travis Ryman oversee the critical service provider childcare, and so I'm overseeing the early learning piece. And right now we have 3 toddlers that are currently coming and utilizing it regularly, and we have a spot held for one of our preschool children's sibling who parents just came out. Mom came off of paternity or parental, leave. Sorry. And she's just waiting to a couple weeks to bring her child in. And we have 4 preschool children that are currently using the facility. We have quite a few folks who their jobs had changed, and so they were able to work from home, and so they declined. They decided to give up their spots, even though they've requested. But we had over 10 requests for each of those slots. We're only taking 8 preschoolers and 8 infant toddlers maximum.
And Jackie, we have 33 students in the school age side of the program.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you all. I think that is all the questions that we have right now. I think the only kind of curious question is what does it look like right now during our current situation for early learning?
Yeah, so we created as a team, just like for kinder through 12th grade, the 10-day supplemental packets, and we handed those out to our sites and to our families. And then because we are continuing the usage of PLCs for preschool, Kirsten Gerber was working with all of the teachers to get their Google Classroom set up, figure out who needs Chromebooks. We're working with technology on that. And they've got their packets out. I actually hand delivered to McKinney's Classroom for parents to come pick up packets of their days 11 through 20 for distance learning for all. So they're working together virtually. They've been doing sessions for families on how to use Google Classroom. Kirsten's been teaching some of our partners. Adelante's embraced HSD's system, is following all of our protocols and guidelines. And so we're all doing the same thing.
I was just thinking about our little friends and how they are able to use technology, but I just realized that so many kids are born with a tablet already. So times have changed.
Well, and one of our goals though was that equity focus is to think about too, and we made it really clear to our teachers and partners that a lot of our preschool families are going to have children throughout K-12 system, and so we want them to make sure that they're thinking, what can they do that's a learning opportunity that can be facilitated by families, but done in a way with whatever's a found material at school, or at their home, and not going to add extra stress for the family and put their kids in too much screen time.
Yeah. I have one last question from Yadira.
Yeah, and then as Kelly was saying, to kind of help parents understand the whole online environment, I would say if we can open it up to also caregivers of kids. Like, for example, my mom takes care of my kids, and she is not familiar at all with Google Classroom, doesn't know what to do with it. So maybe offering it up also to caregivers that will be at home with children. And I think that would just be maybe HSD wide a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that suggestion. Thank you, Yadira.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is all the questions that I have on here. Thank you. Oh, we got one last one, and then we got to move on because we're getting behind. Jackie, go ahead.
Sorry. So my question is, how does putting our SIA plans, SSA money on ice, as the governor said to do in our plans, how would that affect this plan and this 5-year plan?
Well,
go ahead.
Well, part of our 5-year plan is working with our partners really and our advisory. We don't actually have any of the HSD SIA money actually allocated for early learning whatsoever. It's just from the early learning account. And as far as we know, we're moving forward with the preschool promise slots. So it really won't impact our partners working with us to move forward on the 5-year plan, especially the idea of utilizing community space to help support our 0 to 5 population.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Jackie, the early learning bucket was a different bucket of money
Yeah.
than the SIA funds that we applied for.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Olga.
All right, we are moving on to our next agenda item, which is our student our student representative application process. That's you, Mike, and I.
Yep, I can kick us off here. So we had a couple of things that we need to decide on this. The first one being the number of student reps that we want to select. As you probably remember, we've got this time we're seeking representation from Liberty, from Century, and from Hillsboro Online. We did not receive any applicants from Hillsboro Online, and we received several applicants from one of the schools in particular and a handful from the other. So we want to talk about the number of student reps. So that'll be one of the things we need to talk about. Just to go on down the line and let you know what else we need to consider tonight is let's figure out who's going to be on the interview committee, how many people we want to interview. I believe we have 13 applicants now. And then we want to choose who is going to be interviewed. And then we can talk about how we're going to choose and how many we vote for to move forward in the interview process. We also need to talk about approving the interview questions. So the first question I think that we need to consider is just the number of student reps. There was an idea, I want to say it was Mark or Erica that came up with the idea of having a member at large. And maybe Mark, you want to talk about your idea there?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know how you guys have felt, but I sort of enjoyed it more when we had 3 reps than when we had 2 student reps. I understand the sort of intent of, one for each comprehensive high school and an HOA in Miller. But I also feel like the dynamic we've had, maybe it's just the current class, I don't know. But the 3 students seemed to work better for me. With that in mind, and with the overwhelming number of students we have from Liberty, that all, again, we're abundance of riches, I was wondering if we would consider continuing to have 3 representatives, and that might mean we end up with 2 from Liberty. I don't really want to, consistently have one school overrepresented, but I think in this particular case, we're not setting precedent in the middle of COVID-19. We're kind of just getting by. So I would like to suggest maybe considering taking 2 from Liberty.
Okay, we have a comment from Danny.
You're muted, Danny.
I'm muted. I muted myself. Okay. Moving on. I agree. And again, maybe it's just that I've only been here when we've had 3. But I do like the dynamic of having 3 people, it's been nice to have, 2 other people that you can talk to who are also student board reps at the same time. But I also sort of agree with that, like, hesitance to have one school overrepresented. And my question is, with Hillsboro Online Academy, we didn't receive any applications. And that makes me nervous that maybe we didn't do enough to reach out to Hillsboro Online Academy. And I know that probably it's gone and passed, but
I did think about that too before I made the suggestion, and I also think that in this particular time, reaching out to people is just difficult in general. So I think we've done a pretty good job reaching out to students to maybe become school board members in general. And I wouldn't want to use this as an example of us falling down and trying to get somebody from Hillsboro Academy to come. I think this shouldn't be the standard for any time, I guess.
Absolutely. And then beyond that, I agree that maybe instead of picking one school that we do 2, we could pick an even amount of applications to move on to the interview process, and then just narrow it down to 3 candidates regardless of school, as long as we at least have one from one school,
Okay, so we have a couple of comments. Let's go with Jackie with a question. Actually, let's go to Rose with a statement that she has, and then we'll go to Jackie with the question.
I just wanted to let everybody know that at the beginning, we took the traditional roads of communicating by sending things out in the hot news and through the principals, but we didn't get a lot of response. So at the end of March, we sent an email to every single junior and sophomore at Century, Liberty, and Hillsboro Online. So every single one of them in 2 grades at each school received an email. So we did as much as we could possibly do to reach out.
Thank you, Rose. Let's go to the question with Jackie, and then Martin, we'll go to your suggestions next.
That's great to hear, Rose. I think that I would be interested in hearing from Andrew and Maria as well about how would you feel if there were 2 reps from your school, like Maria, if there were 2 people from Hillsboro School, and Andrew at Glencoe. So just to kind of see how you would feel, would that be a good thing? I'm open either way, actually. I could go either way on that one.
Okay, so let's hear Martin's suggestion, and then we'll have Andrew and Maria comment so they can collect their thoughts.
Thank you, Erica. Well, I really like Jackie's point. I would like to hear from the other student reps about the dynamic of 2 from 1 school. But here was my suggestion. I like that we have a set aside for each of the 4 comprehensives, 2 this year and 2 next year. So we have, each of the comprehensive. But then that 3rd spot, if there is nobody from whichever one is in the queue, Miller or HOA, then it then becomes an at-large spot. And so the next best candidate, this year it could be from Liberty, but it could be the other candidate from Century. We empower our panel to just make that decision to award to the next strongest candidate. And it could be 2 from Century in this case. I don't know. That would be my suggestion. But I'm very interested in what the student reps have to say.
Okay. Maria, do you want to chime in?
Yes. Am I unmuted?
You're good. We can hear you.
I see Mark's point in maybe like we don't have an option if HOA doesn't they don't have a student who wants to or who has applied. But I do believe that I actually don't know when the email was sent to all the juniors and so what I'm that, but with everything that's going on right now, I do understand why some students wouldn't actually take the time to think about that or even apply or just forget about it if they did read an email. Because I remember when I was applying, it took me a lot of convincing from teachers for me to apply. So if kids right now are quarantined, they're far away from their teachers, they're far away from adults who want them to put themselves out there. Maybe that can be something that's holding HOA students to apply. But I do feel like if there was multiple students representing one specific school, I do see that it might be kind of in certain schools, even though of course that's not the case. But for some people, not just students, like adults or community members might see it that way. And I do think so that it's very important to listen to a variety of different students. And I know every student, just everyone, different environment always plays a big part of it. So having 2 students from one specific school might not always be the best solution, even though it is a solution too. But yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. Thank you, Maria, for sharing your thoughts with us. Andrew, do you have some thoughts to share?
I guess this obviously this was brought up, and I didn't. This has been a few minutes since this idea was first brought up. I guess if I'm being really objective about this, I sort of have a lot of thoughts about that sort of idea of having 2 from 1 school. I do agree with Maria definitely about overrepresentation and the dangers, or not necessarily the dangers, but the consequences that that could have on the overall look on the district. I know we have a lot of people throughout the state, or some people throughout the state, that really look at the district and see when we sort of make even the slightest fault to sort of really dig into that. And that we have a lot of community members who are overall just watching us, and who are holding us to an extent accountable. I think, uh, um, obviously, I can't speak on behalf of anyone from HOA because I'm not an HOA student, but I also have to sort of give it to them because none of them really wanted to apply. And I think as much as for some students it involves teachers sort of convincing them to do so, I think it's just as important that the students are sort of self-motivated. At least for me, most of why I applied in the first place was out of me being self-motivated to see how the Hillsborough School District worked and how I could make some sort of change, or how I could, serve as that liaison figure between the students and the school district. So I think the argument should be brought up that if nobody from the Hillsborough Online Academy wants to represent the Hillsborough Online Academy, then maybe we should just do the two, one from Century, one from Liberty, to keep it even. But at the same time, nobody at Hillsborough Online wants to be represented, but we can't just say, oh, we're going to give, an extra slot to a student from one of the two schools just because we have a third school that doesn't want to be represented, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Danny, did you have one last suggestion before we kind of get into our board discussion about it?
I did, sort of after listening to what Andrew and Maria said. I sort of started thinking about the fact, like, Andrew was talking about how when he first saw the application, he was like super into it and he definitely wanted to apply to be a school board rep. And that was something he was like going out for. And Maria talked about how it took a little bit of like time for her to come around to the idea, and how it took some like her teachers and different people talking to her about it. I know personally that I was like very, very excited about the program. Like the moment that it got announced that Century was doing it, I knew that I was gonna want to apply next year. And I was like, I was always like emailing Brooke, being like, oh hey, I saw that there wasn't an alternative school position up. Is there gonna be one next year? Like I was on it. But that also makes me think about that sort of position of privilege that I might have been at. And I mean, obviously, I don't know everything that was happening with Andrew Jr. here, but that maybe Andrew was at, that maybe some of our other students aren't at, and sort of taking that equity lens and looking at that, especially now. Is there a possibility that some of our students fell through the cracks? And I'm not really sure what we could do about that standing here, but I think that possibly taking that position of that ability for advocacy for those students to come in and talk about that, taking that away from them because maybe they weren't so sure about the program. It makes me nervous. I'm not saying, like, I don't really know what we can do about it, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to maybe contact at Hillsborough Online Academy, contact some teachers or something and be like, hey, is there anybody that you think would be really good for this? And then maybe reach out to those students more directly. I'm not sure.
Okay. We are running a little bit behind, and we do have a guest speaker that's waiting also on our next agenda item. So if we could kind of we'll wrap around this last round of comments and just be concise as you can in your speaking. We'll have Maria, Jackie, and then Andrew and Mark. Maria, you're muted. Oh, Maria, we can't hear you. let's
Maybe,
go to
maybe
Jackie,
Jackie.
first.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jackie and then we'll come back to Maria.
Okay. I'm having heard what Andrew had to say and Maria both. I would student representative. That's just my 2 cents. What I think after having listened to what they had to say. That's it.
Thank you. Maria, you want to go ahead?
Yes, I figured out the mic. So I just thought that I do understand that you guys are trying to move on and get a student reps. So I do believe that maybe you can I know that you guys did everything to reach out to HOA and like others like students from Liberty and Century, but maybe with the applications that we already received from Liberty and Century, you can like set that and choose like move on to the interviews and maybe like extend the deadline for HOA students and how you guys were saying to reach out specifically to them and maybe have an opportunity for them to try again or have a representative. But obviously, like if no one steps up this time, you still have the Liberty and Century representatives.
Thank you, Maria. Jackie, your comment got kind of broken up. Could you type it into the chat for other people that were wanting to hear that didn't get to hear that? And then Andrew, if you want to go ahead and state your comment.
Yeah, it's sort of like a half comment, half question, but given that Hillsboro Online is online, would students have, or would it be assumed that students would have good access to their emails? So then we could assume that the sophomores and juniors would all have gotten that email about applying for the student rep position.
Thank you, Andrew. And then we had a comment from Mark.
Yeah, I didn't intend for us to take all that much time. I like having 3 if it seems like a reasonable thing to do, and we have so many qualified applicants. I'm okay with the idea of having that large and just sort of saying, maybe it's Hill High next time or Glencoe or whatever. If we don't have applicants from one school, we have the opportunity to sort of put another one in there, and really it's it's not a hill I intend to die on. It's like I thought it would be, if we want to do it, great. If not, I understand.
I think that just to kind of wrap this up for myself, I think that I really do like the idea of having an at-large position. And in reading the applications that we have from all of the students, I feel like there's so much diversity and perspective, like life experience that these kids come from, that is not like even having our current student representatives, they all have a different background and different interests. And we can see that in their opinions and when they speak, that I'm not really scared of having 2 people from, or worried that it'll be an overrepresentation of one high school's issues. I think that most of the issues that all of our students reps bring up are representative of just a high school experience, period. But they have different lenses that they're speaking through. And I really appreciate having those multiple voices and as many as we can. So I am very much advocating for us to still have that at-large position. And as we read, or we have read the applications, that you kind of vote for those students that bring that different perspective to the board and that bring a different lens that we want to hear from as a representative. So I'll leave our comments and suggestions with that idea. And then Mike, what would you like for us to kind of decide on or move on from now?
Yep, good. So a couple different things here. So at this point, would we leave it at the discretion of the subcommittee that's going to be doing the interviewing? If they feel like there's a good third candidate that rounds out the diversity and thought of the folks that are being selected, we leave it to them to make a decision on the third, on the at-large candidate. Is that where we want to be?
I think that'll be great to have at once. A lot of the times when we meet those kiddos face to face and we see that voice that we really need at the table with us, we kind of can make that decision.
Okay. All right. So unless I'm not seeing anyone violently opposed to that. So if we can move forward with that, the next decision we need to make is who wants to be on the interview committee?
So I know that in the past, so the board members are part of the interview committee, and we were going to have our student reps kind of be in the waiting area and bringing them in and having them involved in some way. But since we're not able to do that now, maybe just if we can think of some way of our student reps to be invited, maybe in, I don't know, a Zoom video Q&A or something with potential candidates and get more information. But just, I know that the selection part is done by the board. So who was on I think maybe if we can change it up from last year. I don't know if Yadir and Sheehan, I can't remember if you guys have been part of that yet. Martin.
Although I would love to, my life is a zoo right now. So that's just to be adding one more thing that I don't think I can handle at the moment.
Okay.
I have not participated in an interview panel for the student reps. I would love to be on one this year.
Okay. So far, Mike, you got Sheehan, you got Lisa and Mark and myself did it last year. And Jackie said she would like to do it this year. She did 2 years ago. Martin said he would like to pass. So you have Sheehan, Jackie for sure, and I'm fine, available, or if somebody else wants to do it again.
Okay.
Mike, I just wanted to say that if there's needs of any support for remote hiring, I'm happy to help with that as well, just because the process that we've been going through for administrative hires.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got Sheehan, Jackie, and do we want a third, or are we happy with 2?
I think having a third has been really beneficial in the past when we've been stuck.
Okay.
So I would definitely advocate for a third.
So is it Mark or Erica we're looking at here?
Yeah.
Or do we want to throw like Kana in the mix? Someone who's on staff but not on the board.
Kind of like, oh, why did I speak?
They have a great process, but it is a student rep to the board. I would probably leave it as a board decision.
I'd be happy to do it again this year.
All right. Okay, just so we know what we're trying to accomplish here in terms of accommodating people, I saw Andrew raise his hand as a potential interest. Danny, Marie, are you wanting to participate, or are you not?
I'd love to participate somehow. I know that Andrew has been doing like office hours lately. I wonder if there's a way that we could do something like that for the student reps, so we could have like when we send out like the email that's like, hey, by the way, you've been selected for the interview process. We could also put, if you want to talk to the school board reps, like these are the hours they'll be available. And me, Andrew, and Maria could set up like a Google Meets or something that they could like pop in and talk to us if they wanted to. And could be like, oh yeah, here's what it's like being a student representative. And like, here are the things that we think would be very important for you to like bring towards your interview, and just sort of talk to them about that sort of stuff.
All right. That sounds like a great, is everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
And Shan had another suggestion in the chat room as well. Even if at the beginning they could ask like an icebreaker question, we can figure out the logistics of doing something like that.
Rose and I will put together a plan for you guys to consider.
And Mike, Rose sent out a little document, Google Doc,
Yes.
for us to vote.
Yep. So I think that's the next thing we need to decide on. Out of the 13, how many interviews are you wanting to conduct here? And then we've got a process for doing that.
Personally, 2 years ago when I did it, I think 3 from each school that would total 6, since we don't have anybody from HOA. I think that would be good. I think 6 is a good number, but I don't know what anybody else thinks.
I agree with the 6. Okay. Most people are saying 6 or 7, Mike, on there, so I think 6 is a good.
Okay. Rose did put together a survey. Is everyone familiar with the students, and are they ready to make a decision here? All right, Rose, do you want to walk us through what you want to do here?
Yes, I have a Google form that's ready to go. I have deleted the member at large position, and we can just have you vote for 3 students from each of the 2 schools. Someone voted way before the meeting, before we decided, and voted for 4. So if that person could put in the chat who they want to take off of their list, then please do that. Otherwise, I want you all now to go ahead and vote for 3 from each school, and I'll tally the results while you do that.
There are only 3 applicants from Century, if I read this right. So then we would just vote on Liberty.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Sorry, are we filling out the Google form again? Yes?
Yeah, are you?
Okay.
Rose, did you say you sent it an updated Google form, right?
It's just the one that's on the board site.
On the board site, okay.
Do you want us to do that right now, or can we do that when the meeting is over?
But if we already did it, we don't do it again, right?
No, just do it once, and if you could do it now, please.
Okay, let's give us just a couple minutes. Make sure everybody's on there.
So Rose, I'm in the struggle mode here. I have pulled up the Google form, but I don't know how to vote on it.
You just click on the boxes next to the kids that you'd wish to vote for.
So I'm in the board packet. I see it, but it's not an interactive form.
It was a separate email. It's not in the board packet. There's a link in a separate email to a Google Doc.
Yes, that's true. And then it's also on your BOD site on Google.
Yeah, it is also on our drive under the Epic student rep selection process.
Okay.
Getting ahead of ourselves, I'm fine with whatever questions we used last year, unless people want to make a change.
Actually,
yeah,
everyone sees them listed there.
Yep.
And the decision we made also last year was that when we called to schedule the interviews, we would share those questions with the students in advance. Everyone's still comfortable with that?
Yeah, so we're not surprising them.
Yeah. All right. Very good. So next steps would be for us. We've got the interview questions. We know who's going to be in the committee. Rose tomorrow will reach out to she and Jackie and Erica and start dialing in on when we want these interviews to occur. And she can get some assistance from Kana on what that format will look like, the interview process we've been using online over the last several weeks. And we can start to get those scheduled. And we'll also put together some information for the student rep to participate in an office hour type situation where they can be available for consultation for anyone that chooses to take them up on that.
Okay.
Does that all sound about right?
Yeah, just want to make sure, Rose, that you got that everybody's responded. Martin, you were able to complete yours. I'm looking for head nods or confirmation from.
Yeah, I was in the struggle mode. I got it done.
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, so Rose will reach out to the 3 top vote getters from each school and set up those interviews, and then be in touch with the interview committee to get that scheduled. Sound
you,
good?
Mike.
All right.
Yep. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is the School Health Center Expansion Grant Update with Beth.
Do you want me just
And
to
Lacey.
keep going?
Yeah, sorry
Hi.
for that. I'm having a little computer issue here. Thank you. I have asked our consultant, Lacey Beatty, to share a little bit about the work that she has done on this grant. And fortunately, she is such a go-getter that she basically completed everything that she needed to do for her needs assessment before all of the shutdowns began. So she has quite a bit of information to share with you and preliminary recommendations. So I will hand it over to Lacey.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I was toggling between my city council meeting and this meeting, so that's why I was going back and forth there. But I'm happy to meet with you guys tonight in this forum. And just a quick update, OHA, Oregon Health Authority, did extend this grant period out till June 15th. And have actually relaxed the standards of reporting how we move forward, which is good for other agencies that didn't do the work. Not so great since we actually already did all of those needs assessments, but it was the only meeting I didn't get to was ones with the students at South Meadows because I was scheduled to meet with them the day the governor shut schools down. So that was the only meeting that I didn't make the whole time. But I just wanted to give you kind of a high level update of where we're at. And then we'll submit the final report to you in June. And then you'll have a decision-making point at that juncture, which is to apply for the second phase of the grant or to say, thank you, this isn't for us right now. Oregon Health Authority has basically told Beth and I that if Hillsboro applies, that they'll give us phase 2 of the grant because of the work we've already done, and we've had some meetings with them. So that decision will be on your plate. I'll kind of give you, from last time I met with you, we were discussing 2 things, whether to open a school-based health center or to pursue a school nursing model, and whether to do it at South Meadows Middle School or Hill High. And so we kind of had a couple decision-making points to move forward in that area. And I will tell you, when I was at Virginia Garcia and helped write this grant from the state, I was actually very opposed to them creating the school nursing model because it does detract from school-based health centers. But because I no longer work for a federally qualified health center, I work for Hillsboro School District, I really got to do this analysis based on what was actually best for students in Hillsboro School District. So I am recommending to you guys that you pursue the school nursing model at South Meadows Middle School. And here's why. I met with a large group of parents. I met with principals. I met with care coordinators. I met with federally qualified health centers. I met with school staff. I met with teachers and a bunch of your nurses. And everyone had a very similar message that the school-based health center is really great. It's challenging to get to. It's hard to know how much students are going to be charged when they get there. And, you know, being on the other, like hearing that feedback after having that job for a lot of years, all I could do was head nod that yes, those challenges exist, and they exist because of federal requirements. The thing with the school nursing model is that you alleviate a lot of those problems. There's no billing. So asking income, asking students, their parents' income, family income, all that criteria goes away. And it allows the kind of services to be preventative, which if you look at the kind of services happening at school-based health center, a lot of them are preventative in nature and can be handled by a nurse versus a nurse practitioner or PA. When I looked at the middle school versus the high school, a lot of this preventative work like diabetes management, weight management, social emotional health, if we can catch kids early in the process, we're much more likely to have lasting impacts in both their health and outcomes going forward. Not to say that high school kids don't need help, but really the kind of early intervention from a nurse at that level is really impactful. And we're eliminating a lot of the concerns around HIPAA and FERPA. So the other major concern about that I had going into it was school nurses fall under FERPA, meaning if a parent calls and asks for information, by law, you give it to them. HIPAA says at the age of 15 or 14 for mental health services, you need the student's permission to engage with parents. And so that becomes a little bit challenging with a nurse, because if you go in for say you want a referral for contraceptives, you don't have that conversation protected under law. They could tell your parents that was happening. We eliminate a lot of those concerns at the middle school level. And we could look at state data that shows us that yes, kids are sexually active at that age, but at a much lower percentage and really unlikely to be seeking those services. A school nurse, and you might ask, well, we have school nurses now. What's the difference? In this model, you would have 1.0 FTE embedded in the school for that school and that student body. And this school does have an LPN that services one student with high needs that has a trach. And so her services are really focused in that direction. A school nurse would become part of the learning team at the school. And, you know, when I was younger in school nurses did a lot more than just take your temperature and call your parents to go home. They held support groups. They held, you know, if you were having issues in school, they could really provide those wraparound services. And so I believe, and I met with your school nurses, and they really support this model, because if you ask any of them, they have way too many students. They don't get to do the kind of stuff that nurses often would like to do. I also think this would be very attractive to the state, because it is complementary to the existing school-based health center and doesn't take away resources. And so the other major piece I looked at, is there enough student participation to keep both Century School-Based Health Center open and one at Hill High? And I really believe when we looked at the zip codes of students accessing Century High School and the school-based health center, that if we were to open one at Hill High or at the middle school or elementary school in that part of town, it would pull patient volume from Century, and we would potentially lose the volume needed to sustain that site, versus a school nurse could manage care at the school at that level until it hits what her license could allow her to do, like, you know, suture removal, prescribing, stuff of that nature. She can keep an ongoing list and be connected with Tara Roberts or whoever the provider is at Century in the future, and refer that kid directly in there for those services. So it complements it versus taking those services away. And so what the state is saying in phase 2, you have to pick which model you believe. I believe that the school nursing model is the right way to go. Opening a second school-based health center would require massive capital outlay on top of all of the issues that I already outlined for you. And trying to find a medical sponsor to take those services on would be challenging. I met with Virginia Garcia. They don't really have an appetite to open a second competing school-based health center. They do, however, have an interest in partnering in the school nursing model and potentially coming in with their mobile unit once or twice a month to be able to see all of those students that were not able to be served by the school nurse. So the school nurse can help create a day in which Virginia Garcia or could come in with a mobile van and see it. Plus, I think if you look at the zip code and demographic of the school, compelling them to look at services, not just during the school day, but maybe 12 to 6 p.m., to allow a place for parents to also receive services, I think actually helps the mission of Virginia Garcia and really the mission of the school district, and provide a safe place to do it. So it seems like a very logical partnership that you get out what you're looking for, which is medical care for students, wraparound services, and a potential access point for parents along the way. Now, that's not to say that if we go down this model that you're married to it for life. If you start seeing, and I'm a big fan of like build it until you're busting at the seams and then move to the next step, because the build it and they will come model doesn't always make sense in medicine. So if you had 2 years where all of a sudden the need of patients is so high, you can't be served with the mobile van any longer, then you have a really great story and narrative to go out to try to find community development block grant funds and other revenue sources to open a building later. So I really see this as the ability to continue looking down this path longer and fulfilling the short-term need that the school board is looking for, which is more medical services on site. Now, I just said a lot, so I'm happy to answer any questions, and also willing to come back in June with the final report to go over anything else. But you have time to interject right now on some of the methodology because we're not married to anything yet.
So you do have a couple questions, Lacey. The first one from Martin is, how do students from other schools get service?
Well, in this case, they really wouldn't. They would still, we would refer those students to Century High School. This school nurse would be solely looking at the population of this school and really looking at how to raise the health of the school. So they could, I guess, in theory, could be seen on the medical van if they wanted to. However, if we were going to send someone from like Liberty, it would make much more sense for them to go to Century High School. I think it's also important for you to know that the state will give you the same amount of funding that they give a school-based health center. So the cost of the district would be very minimal. It would actually cover almost the entire FTE of this nurse.
And just to clarify, Martin, if that was the intent of your question, or you were asking for other districts?
No, that was the intent. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. That's what I thought I would hear, but thank you very much.
And then we have a question from Mark and then Yadira.
So yeah, hi. The you mentioned the less capital outlay. So do you believe that we're currently have the facilities at the school to handle whatever it is that? So the school nurse model really involves no building and no capital construction. If we go that way.
That's right. It would require some classroom space. And so I would say that the staff at South Meadows was the most engaging in this process. They are very excited at the prospect of having these services there. And so we talked a lot about, you do need a room, but you don't need an entire clinic. And the kind of medical stuff that you would need is very like almost nothing besides basic thermometer stuff like that. But you would want an area to have a little bit of private screening. I would think that it would be located over in that office area because there is this natural break of having to check in with somebody at the front. You're able to access it in the back. Part 2 of this grant, if you apply, would allow you to answer all of those questions. So it would basically be saying, okay, we want to go down the school nursing model. Now we need a year to figure out how do we actually make it work? And so this part of the grant was really about just assessing which model do we want to go down.
Right. It was like a needs assessment, right?
Yeah. And next year, that's where all the nitty gritty would come in of like, what is like, but I can tell you, building a building, since I did 3 of them at Virginia Garcia, I mean, multi-millions of dollars versus renovating a classroom for a desk, I mean, is pretty minimal.
So what are we doing if we ask for phase 2 and if we're granted phase 2? What are we asking the state to do and what are we doing?
You're asking the state to fund you into the second year. It's $60,000 to answer how would we actually make the nurse model work? How would we integrate them into because they would be an employee of the school district, so they would not work for Virginia Garcia. They would be ... connected to your pre-existing nursing team, but they would have a little bit of different criteria in which they have to report to the state every year to keep that funding. Once you get that base funding, you get it in perpetuity.
But but stage 2 is still research to figure out how we would do it. It's not hiring a person and starting.
Right. And you could really use that person too to analyze your current school nursing model to look for areas of improvement. You might decide that you want to spend that year looking at your, billing revenue for all nurses. There really would be a wide range of what that second year could be. I would think that it would be ready to start services in 2022. You would spend 2021 looking at making it right. And then, I mean, you could if everything worked out really quickly, you could start mid-year and get things going. But I think you needed at least 6 months, in the start of the school year.
I was just trying to figure out what the grant was intended to cover. So thanks. Cool.
Okay, we have a question from Yadira.
Yeah. And so this nursing model, how is it different than what the nurses we have right now are currently doing? So I know that they would be reporting more to the state, but what additional functions do we see them doing, and how what will one more nurse in our district really make that huge of an impact? That, well, not huge, but if really they're only going to service one school, how much of an impact is that going to make?
Great question. Well, right now your current ratio is about 1 nurse per 5 schools.
Mhm.
And so what those nurses are doing now is a lot more of medication management for diabetes, really high risk kids that maybe have really high medical needs, like a colostomy bag. So they're focusing on such the top 1% of student needs. They aren't actually doing things like doing assessments of the school to look at hunger, to look at behavioral issues. They don't have time to run, what I heard from a lot from parents was early intervention on eating and stuff like that. So they could run a group like that on depression, and they would really be able to focus on the, less than 1,000 kids versus how many they're actually doing. So they would get to know kids more on a one-on-one basis. They would be more responsive. They'd be embedded in the school's resource team that's actually happening. And so I think their function would be greatly different. And your other nurses would still be taking care of those high-risk kids. They necessarily wouldn't be doing that. They would be focused on that. And so I think most people, when you talk to most school nurses, and this is across every district I've ever worked in, they have more work than time, just like all of us, and they don't get to really focus down on that preventative side of nursing.
Yeah, I guess I guess my only concern would be that this specific nurse doesn't get pulled into that same just covering up for where we're short somewhere else instead of really focusing. But I guess that's more down in the weeds once we start, really focusing on what this is going to look like.
I think that is definitely, it would have to be sideboard policy to do that. And because the state's going to be requiring you to report on their function and what they're doing, if you pull them back into that capacity, you would likely lose the funding for that position. And I think I met with the head school nurse, and they're very excited to support this model because they believe that it leads to the future of nursing. Oregon Health Authority is really looking more towards this kind of hub and spoke model where you have a school-based health center and dedicated school nurses at other sites. But recognizing school districts cannot pick up the tab to fund all of those FTE. That's a very sensitive thing that they're doing. So they're trying to look at a mix of revenue, like billing for certain services to offset the cost, to be able to expand nurses instead of just saying, hey, school districts, you need 25 more FTE of nurses that you can't afford because it's always a this for this decision. This would really give you the ability to look at, could we actually have multiple SCRN nurses? Could we afford to do it? Is there enough revenue to do it? And I would say this gives you a 2 to 3 year look on that, while other school districts are looking at the same thing. And I see more potential funding from the state in the future because this is the model of the direction they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to remind everybody too that there is a reason why we picked South Meadows, and it's because of their high degree of need. So I just didn't want that to get lost in the discussion. So if people were starting to think, oh, why are we only focusing in on South Meadows? It's because that was a very strategic place for us to focus our efforts.
So one more question from Mark.
But again, we're not actually starting any program. What we're deciding today is whether or not we're going forward with the second round, and the second round would allow us to do more research on. We think, we've decided that we're going to investigate the school nurse path, and the research grant will tell us whether or not we're going to move forward with that, right?
Yeah,
or how will we implement?
Right,
yeah, or implementation. So, a lot of the questions you dare ask will be determined by the next step of the grant.
Right. But the intention is to take that year of funding to figure out a path to have a school nurse. So you're not exactly saying yes, but you're kind of saying yes to the year of research with the intent of knowing that's the direction you're going. Now, if you were to, at the end of the second year, absolutely pull back, I mean, I think it's a possibility, but I think the state is interested in issuing the award with the intent that you're going that direction. But this does give you, I mean, if you came up against major opposition, I mean, you would know that next year, and you wouldn't get to the point of introducing a program that would collapse.
Got it. You got one more question from Jackie.
Sure.
Lacey, I just wanted to thank you. I really appreciate that. And the nursing model, that's new to me. So I really appreciate that. And I think that that is a great opportunity for us. And I hope to see that we move forward. So thank you so much for bringing that to us.
Yeah. And I would just say that the Oregon Health Authority is like very interested in working with Hillsboro because you guys are ahead of the curve on a lot of areas. You have the pre-existing school-based health center, and they think that you're going to be the like standard bearer of like how to do this model. So they're very interested in partnering with you guys to make this model work.
I would like us to
Thank
be
you,
the standard
Lacey.
for this model.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lacey, for all that. And like we heard, we will definitely get more into the weeds in the following year as we proceed with the research. Is there anything else that you need from us, Beth, Lacey?
I would just say, working with Beth, if you want to have Beth move forward and apply for the grant, we have to do so by June 15th. And so I'm not sure procedurally how you want to do that. If you want to, the written report is basically going to say what I just said with a little more detail of like the research methodology, who we met with. But if that's the intent, Beth and I could start working on that for you now that everything is ready to go by June, and then you'd wait and see. And so I would just probably need to know the next 30 days if that's the direction. So, I mean, really the work will be a little bit on Beth, but I think she'll want my support to move it forward. And you're also not committing to me as a consultant moving forward. You have the right to, and I might not be the right person based on the information that comes out of it. So just say I'm interested in helping you guys apply for the grant, and whether we have a relationship going forward, those two things are not causal.
Beth, you have everything you need then?
I think so.
All right.
We'll just keep moving ahead.
All right.
Thank you. So much, Lacey. Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Bye.
Lacey.
Thanks, Lacey.
All right. Erica, are you on there?
I got an alert that said Erica left the meeting. Maybe she's restarting. She'll be back in a moment.
I think we lost Erica.
I think we might lose Danny as well. I think she's got a lot of schoolwork and stuff to do, so we may lose her as well. So,
Well, I mean, Martin
Just
is the vice chair. I'm not sure what power that gives Martin.
You got a gavel, Martin?
Martin.
So first I got to find my unmute button.
I think
Martin looks like he's still going to the office. You still going to the office, Martin?
I am.
Wow.
Me and about 3 other people are staffing these giant empty Washington County buildings.
Martin, I think all you need to do is move us forward to the alternative ed presentation.
On Mike's recommendation, I'm moving us forward to the alternative ed recommendation. Thank you.
All right. And we
Fire
will
away, Dale.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, great. I'm really excited to be talking to you about where we're at with alternative ed and just give you an update. This is an opportunity to just be excited and to hear where we're at in the phase of the work. So tonight I will be presenting with Brooke Nova, who's our college and career pathways expert, and Principal Tiffany Mosqueda from Miller Education Center. And so let's just dive in. So next slide, please. Okay, so as you will recall, when we last talked about the Pathway Center, You approved in January the moving forward of building this Pathway Center. And you heard early in the presentation that we are moving forward lightly because we want to make sure that the funding sources are stable before we actually do anything radical. But we still want to be prepared, assuming that all is going to go well and we're going to be able to proceed. So we really want to talk about what steps we've taken and what we are planning on doing from here moving forward as more information comes. Next slide. So you'll remember this, we continue to increase our grad rate annually, and we really are doing a great job of chasing our kids. But you've seen this slide before, and we've talked about some concerning data, such as our GED numbers increasing, especially for 10th grade. And so we continue to think about how we can reach all of our kids. Next slide. And you've also seen this one, and this one's one that we've talked a lot about. This is represents the 90 kids that we were able to bring in and re-engage, but the number of kids that we actually have programs that meet their needs and that they really get reconnected and on track for graduation is pretty tiny. 44% of these kids dropped out after we were able to woo them back, which basically means, in my eyes, that we need to continue to build programming for them. So next slide. So when we think about our role as leaders in the district for meeting the need or meeting the goal of all students graduate career and college ready, we first want to make sure that we are looking at how effective we are with the students that we now serve. And you saw the data, but we also continue in our conversations with students to really listen to them and listen to their families about what's working and what's not working for them. And that includes evaluating the effectiveness of our program. We are crunching data and seeing which ones work, and longitudinal data. We have good data systems, so it allows us to be really informed with that. We continue to get stakeholder input this year. Brooke will go over a needs assessment that we conducted with secondary, but we asked kids about whether or not they knew about all their options because we really want to be proactive and not reactive in helping all of our kids get on a positive path. And then also as we do our on-track meetings in the high school level and even our transition meetings with our families, that allows us to really listen to our parents who know their kids best and who are able to tell us what things are working for their kids and what they wish. We are creating pilot programs, and we need to continue to look at new approaches to learning. I mean, I think the response right now with the COVID-19 has given us an opportunity to pilot some new ways of learning online and different ways to connect with kids. So with each kind of challenge that we face, we're continually working to find ways to engage all kids. So our responsibility as a system is to evolve our programs. We can find pieces that are working and improve them. We need to expand pilots that are working and make sure that we can serve even more kids, and you're going to hear about one today. We need to maximize our funds for greater impact, and we have talked a lot about this with our academic return on investment. We need to make sure that we put money where we know that it's going to get back a lot of return in terms of student success. And then we need to adjust our plans with staff and the facilities that we have access to and financial resources. And we're right in the midst of that now. Next slide. So I'm going to hand it to Brooke, who's going to talk to you a little bit about our needs assessment.
First, I would just like to say it has been great to see your faces and hear your voices this evening. So I just want to celebrate that. It's been great for someone who is an extreme extrovert. It just makes my heart so happy. So just want to start by saying hello to everyone. So hi. So our student needs assessment is something that I look forward to getting feedback from every year. I think that this is the true test to what we're doing and how we're best serving our students. So I just want to start by celebrating 3 points. And I think this really speaks to our values in our school district and the work that we're doing. So you'll see that there has been movement to the top 3 points, which is trusted adult outside of our school, our Latinx students knowing exactly what they need to graduate on time, and that students feel that their teachers are excited about teaching. So I think that that really speaks to our values around name, strength, and need, to really ensuring that students have a path towards graduation, that they are also seeing their beyond that as well, to our career and college readiness and their paths beyond. So I do want to take a moment to celebrate that and the work that our buildings are doing and all that are even on this call around the celebration of that. So two additional points that you'll see, and we added some questions this year. We had over 6,000 students complete this survey before March, so we're very excited that we got so much feedback. We wanted to start really drilling down to what do students know about other programs in our district, and then also is the comprehensive and traditional school setting the best for them? And you'll see that, that's our baseline percentage. We haven't asked those questions in that way before. And I think that helps us to hear from our students, one, that our comprehensive schools, I think we need to do a better job of really sharing that information out with students in different venues. And then I also think it's a place for us to begin. How do we reimagine and redesign program offerings at MEC? How do we expand upon that? And then how do we communicate that out to our students and our community as well? So I think that that's great feedback from our students. And I think that we will continue to keep those questions to monitor ourselves on our growth moving forward as we expand into 2021 in some of our pilot programs. And then also as we grow our programs. So next slide, please. We have had the fortune of using some ESSA dollars to hire someone named Ralph Medina, who has been a staff member in a coaching capacity for Hillsboro High School. He also has been a longstanding now starting to dig into small groups and individual feedback from students on really what is the individual student narrative about some of our data sets that I just shared in that previous slide, and hearing from students individually, how do we improve systems and outcomes for you? So in one student session that he did, this is from students from Miller Education Center that are currently attending, you'll see a wide range of comments, but I think it's important to bring those forward and capture in our data that this mirrors the percentage of students who really didn't understand what was available at MEC and even know the options and programming that were available until they arrived. And they really had this narrative, and we've heard this before in student listening sessions, that MEC still has this connection to that's where troublemakers go. And we all know, because we've been there in multiple capacities, and we know that the students, that really is not the narrative of MEC. But knowing that, how do we move forward in communication from students and community of changing that perception? Also, the support of the daycare was noted. And then also, I think this one is really where we want to go in communication, and really where we want to go in that narrative for students and community, that it's a place where I can focus, where I can get my work done. It's been a place that I can learn on my own pace, and that really works for our students. And I think that's the direction we really want to lean towards as we continue to expand and grow. Next is Tiffany to share a little bit about that vision of the Pathways Center and the hub and that connection for our students and community. So I'll kick it to Tiffany.
Hi, everybody. So as Brooke has just mentioned, talking about the Pathways Center is that kind of narrative and those questions to where the comments of our current MEC kids. And one of them was, I can focus here. I like being able to work at my own pace. And then I also had no clue about the programs at MEC. So we don't want kids to have to be lucky about knowing about all the programs that are under the MEC umbrella and in HSD. And the Pathways Center would be a hub for students and families to access consistent information around all of the pathways available for our students in HSD. We also want them to be able to guarantee predictable access and opportunities for our students and families. So providing a place where students can go to work with staff and have a dialogue and discussion around the programs in HSD and through MEC, and then choosing the best pathway for them. And the key being that that's consistent and clear communication. The Pathways Center also provides a visual around revisioning of MEC. And as Brooke just mentioned, and the stigma that goes with that. As she said, we know that's not true, but that is something that even some of our own kids who are currently there have heard. And so we want to make sure that this is the great opportunity to revamp and rebrand so that it doesn't become a narrative of our community and MEC. I know we talked about that, I think, at August, and Danny even was able to speak to that. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here is a visual. Sorry, it's really small. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can we go to the next?
And it's full screen for us. We can see it.
Oh, good. Okay. We just need the next slide. The actual drawing of the, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So this is the version of our Pathways Center. Oh, hi, Erica. With the possibility of some new spaces, it allows for more flexible learning spaces to provide more learning experiences and possibly some career modules. This space is open, it's light, it's bright, and it can really set the students up for a feeling of post-secondary. The building gives a great feeling of college-style learning environment, guiding students in the transition from high school to a college-style learning environment. This space will allow for more collaboration between students and staff. And the beauty of where the location of this building is on the current Miller property and David Hill grounds is that it would be on the street corner. So it just gives a great visual to our community to see what is growing in HSD and MEC and breaking some of those myths around the place where the bad kids go. The building is set up to be able to support current and new programming with some flexible spaces. And it's also equipped with, I don't know how well you can see that. I know it might be full screen for you, but some, a shower and some laundry spaces to be able to meet other needs of our students too.
Tiffany, there's a question on here from Mark. If this is a modular building, like the building at Reedville Elementary.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know if they can see Brooke, but she was giving thumbs up. So. And if we want to go to the next slide, please, I'm going to hand it off to Brooke about early college.
I think what's really exciting about the design of the Pathways Center and then also our movement towards the Hillsboro Center as our early college location going into next year, that also gives students access to the Pathways Center also as early college students. And so the proximity of that's about 2 blocks down the street. So as we also think about new and innovative ways to partner, we've also discussed really that movement now towards early college Hillsboro Center, and the timing of that is really right for us to support students and provide more access to different supports for our students. So an update about early college. This year we did start a pilot at the Hillsboro Center with about 15 students. And that has gone really well for us. I think with the feedback we get from students is having a Hillsboro counselor that's helping to support Hillsboro students has really made a lot of sense. It helps with their graduation plans, the Hillsboro diploma requirements to come from a Hillsboro counselor, I think has really been a great move for us. So in the expansion for next year, we did have 68 students that applied. And I am proud to report that either in person or virtually, we interviewed all of our students. And tomorrow we will be making our final selections in partnership with our PCC Downtown Center staff to select our first large cohort of our 50 students that will be attending Hillsboro Downtown Center. So amongst all that has taken place in the last few weeks, I really am proud that we are on time and selecting that cohort to start in 2020-21. I do also just want to note that PCC Center, the director, especially Jose Esparza, is an amazing partner with us. And him and his staff are currently also starting to look towards what type of core courses do they need to customize and develop for that class of 2020, so that our students, all of their core will be at that Hillsboro Center location. Really, that justification has been for us this whole time is there's more access to the Hillsboro Center as it's right downtown Hillsboro than the PCC Rock Creek location, even though that's a larger comprehensive space. Just in terms of busing and max lines, the accessibility for our students is key for us here. Students will still be accessing some courses at Rock Creek, depending on the type of elective that they choose, because they have the CTE courses, the large welding spaces, the the larger type programming does take place at Rock Creek. So students will still have to take some courses, but their core will be at the Hillsboro Center. I think the other piece of this move has really been the criteria of looking for students. And we can go to the next slide on this one.
Brooke, you had some questions, but do you want to just wait till the end?
No, I can take that as we go. We're
Okay.
fine. What is that?
Jackie has a question, and then Andrew has a comment.
Okay.
Hi, Brooke. Nice to see you too. I get it. Yeah, it's hard. So we're accepting 50 students into the early college program. How many, there's two parts. So how many is that increased from last year? And the second part is the 18 students that are not going to be chosen for the program. What support system do we have in place for them to make sure they're successful in regular high school?
Great question. So traditionally, we've had 50 students per cohort that have gone to the Rock Creek campus. So we're sticking with that same number. Financially, that's made a lot of sense for us to stay with that 50. This year, we had a pilot of 15 that went to the Hillsboro Center so that we could learn about how that works and also work on that partnership with the Hillsboro Center. But traditionally, in that larger cohort, we've had 50. And then Anya Hirschberger's done an amazing job leading this, and we've spoken a lot about how to best support those students. And we had 68 that applied, but actually 65 decided to go through the interview process. So it will be 15 students approximately that we'll have to support in a different direction. And in that, we are going to work with every student so they know their dual credit coordinator at their high schools to connect them to the dual credit offerings at their high schools that they currently offer. We will also be sharing information about expanded options and that program and how they can access different course offerings through expanded options, which expanded options means that students can take up to 2 courses per term at PCC. So if students are interested in dual credit and still more of an acceleration in their secondary journey, we're going to be able to support them in that and ensuring that they're connected to those resources in different ways. I've also spoke to Anya about we really are anchoring to selecting a cohort of students who need that access, and that's what's noted on this slide that you see. I think what's really important here is that piece about ensuring that we've interviewed every student and identifying the barriers that they may currently have to accessing college. So the 50 students that we've moved forward, a few things. One, we've looked at really ensuring that there's a diversity and a representation amongst schools, including HOA, MEC, homeschool, and our comprehensives. We've looked at gender representation, race and ethnic representation. We really have tried to develop a well-rounded cohort to move forward. So she has created a guide for us and scored every student, and then also the feedback of the comprehensive staff who really are saying, here are the students that meet this criteria that you see, and then also who are the students who really need this support for that next step moving forward in post-secondary.
Thanks, Brooke. Andrew, go ahead with your comment.
First off, Brooke, I definitely agree with you. As an extrovert, that it's been nice seeing all of you on this Google Hangout tonight. And then I also did want to emphasize the point of this sort of stereotypes that Miller is for the troublemakers or that it's for the students who really need a lot of help. We still have that stereotype going around in the district. I remember from my personal experiences when I was discussing sort of, the whole student rep idea with another student, and we got into a sort of argument about how, they thought Miller was just for the students who were about to drop out or for the students who needed help. And I had to explain, like, we're expanding Miller to be more than just that. It is more than just that currently. So definitely promoting Miller to students as, this isn't just, the bad student program, but that we're going to have so much more. And we already do have so much more with it.
Mm-hmm. And I know that through Tiffany's leadership and guidance, that's on her heart and mind, and really thinking about how do we communicate a different message, because we know and we see that differently. But how do we really ensure that we get that out to more students and more community members, that Miller is an awesome place with so many different pathways for students to be able to access, is really that, I think, that piece of communication that goes along with the redesign of different programs that complement that as well. So thanks for noting that, Andrew.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Just the last slide, moving forward. So what are our goals in early college in 2020-21? So if we move to the next slide. Thank you. So, that cohort's going to be 50 students that we hopefully select tomorrow and work with PCC on getting that anchored down. And then we do have about 4 to 6 returning students who are in this pilot that we currently have taking place. So we'll have about between 54 to 56 students that we actually have in that cohort going into next year. And then also I mentioned that really ensuring that we can have all academic core courses taken at the PCC Hillsboro Center. And that really is because the access to coursework there, we feel like, is a better fit for our Hillsboro students in terms of transportation, especially. The other thing that I've mentioned and we've heard from our students is having that Hillsboro staff member really has helped with senior project and making sense of the 0.5 career development and what does that mean. And she's really been able to help with that this year, and moving forward we'll continue. She's also going to be able to offer a CG, that's Career Guidance 100, for all of our new students too. She'll be that teacher. So we also know, right, and this is part of that, the student needs assessment, is that having that connection with a staff member is very important. So to be able to anchor our students to a staff member who's teaching a course, and then also supporting them in their for their graduation requirements and moving forward, we think is really key. We know relationships are huge in retention of our students, so that person will be doing both. And then also having office hours and advising for our cohort of students, and those office hours will be at the Hillsboro Center. So once again, more accessible for our students and our families to be in touch with the counselor and advisor if they also want to see that person in person. And then also, once again, that post-secondary guidance. We know it doesn't stop at 12th grade. Our job and our responsibility is to be that bridge and that ambassador to the next step of their lives. And so that also is something that person and that staff member will do with our cohort. So now I'm going to transition back to Tiffany, who's going to talk a little bit about 9th grade on track, and then a program that we piloted this year.
Okay, I hope you can all hear me. Oh, sorry, Erica. Go ahead.
That's fine. We just have one question from Mark, and we are also, just for our board and student reps, we are behind in our schedule, so I'm hoping that we can move to catch up.
Right. I think we lost one of our student reps. I was just going to ask, since she's not here, can you tell us if Danny is one of the 4 to 6 returning 12th graders? Or is that like violating some protocol?
Oh, for early college?
Yeah.
You know,
Isn't she in the program now?
Yeah, she is. I wish that Danny was on the call, because she's experienced both, right? She's experienced MEC big picture, right, and now she's experiencing early college. So it'd be great to hear. Yeah, she will be one of our students that's returning in that 4 to 6 that are coming back. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, all you can hear me, but I'm frozen, or you're all frozen on my screen. So on the next slide, which if we can go to the next one, it's got some really exciting data on it about 9th grade on track. And that data is just showing that our 9th grade on track work that we have worked so hard on at our schools invested in this district is doing amazing work. But there is still a group of students that are needing something different. And we need to create a program or programs for those kids to support them with alternative paths to success. We know that the data shows a direct correlation for students who are off track in 9th grade and being off track for graduating on time. Next slide, please. So Brooke and Dale both mentioned about a pilot program we started this year, and that is at MAC. It is a 9th grade interval program. We started second semester. We partnered with the 9th grade admin and the school counselors at the 4 comprehensive high schools to create a program to support those 9th graders who kind of needed a reset, with a plan to re-enter their high school in the fall as a sophomore. Students in this program were invited to attend the program. They were reached out to by our interval teacher and or the admin who works with them. And in partnership with the comprehensive schools, the program is a full-day program with a strong focus on math, language arts, career planning, social and emotional learning, and recovery and credit. We're excited to build new programs like this to better serve our students, and it's super exciting to think that one day we can have Pathway Center where we continue to build programs like this. So I'm going to pass it off to Dale, unless I have any questions, which I don't see.
All right, next slide, please. So the investments, again, we're assuming things are moving forward, so we might have to adjust a little bit, but our goal really is to bring a 1.0 school counselor. Right now, MEC has a half-time, and just with the social emotional needs of students, we really see that that's definitely important, because sometimes those are things that get in the way for engagement into these programs. They have a half-time grad coach, but we'd like to move that to a full-time grad coach. And then as we bring our kids back from the partnership with early college outside of our district, that gives us some funding to hire a full-time TOSA, which we are hoping will be Anya Hirschberger, who's been leading the pilot this year, to really shepherd that program and make sure that things go well for our kids. And then our funding sources that we are predicting, we're hoping, are over there on the right, that include our poverty funds, the Measure 98 investments, and then recapturing those funds that I talked about. Next slide. So communication planning, so in process, we continue to work with our high school stakeholders, especially our senior leaders in our schools. Look at that 712 needs assessment. We had almost 4,000 students participate, and we really think that the voices of our kids matter a ton. The early college conversation with PCC in order to make that a go, which we're full steam ahead on that. And then the piloting of the 9th grade interval. And then in the future, continuing with stakeholders from the high school. Again, as we meet with families on track, we know that those family voices are really important. Doing the hiring of staff, working with construction updates, and then continuing to share information through hot news as we move through iterations of this planning. Next slide. So in the next 8 months, we already had our first construction meeting with the team on March 11th and kind of gave them feedback on their draft. You saw the draft earlier that Tiffany showed. Continuing with the feedback, we're sharing with you. We're working on hiring, and Travis continues to have conversations with people about Block 56 and what kinds of programming we might be able to do there, which would have an impact as to which programs we would move over from East and which ones we might want to put in the Pathway Center versus which ones we might want to put in any space we might acquire in that space. We have an options team that's continuing to work on designing programs and just continuing to gather feedback. And then after me, I believe you're going to hear more about naming of spaces, including this space. Last slide, questions for us.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Brooke and Dell. I think I haven't received anything, so we are going to move on to our next agenda item, but we thank you so much for all that, and we'll follow up if we have anything more. And Mike, just a question, can we possibly table our next topic for our next meeting, or do we have to do that one right now due to timing? Just looking at our schedule right now.
So I'm looking at Casey up there. Casey?
You know, I could probably give you the information in a board update. What we kind of need to talk about is a little bit of a modified version of our naming process due to COVID. We won't be able to have in-person communication with the task force and the community. So we come up with a plan, and I wanted to go over that tonight, but I could send a document to you in Friday update or something like that, so you can review and give comments back if that's
something you'd
I think that
rather
would
do.
be, yeah, I think that would be helpful just because we're behind on our schedule. If you could send an update, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah,
And
that question, it is just for, this is just for ES28, the naming process for ES28, and a kind of a modified version of what you've seen before on the mainly on the timeline.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and send you that modified version, and unless we hear back, we'll just proceed with that as the potential timeline, and we'll do an update in a couple weeks when we have our next meeting. Is that reasonable?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, our next item is an action item with Travis Raymond on the language arts adoption approval.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you can hear my voice. I can't see everybody's faces because my Google's glitchy, but I can see the last 4 people who talked. So if you give me a thumbs up or anything like that, I won't be able to see it. So I'll just wait for questions. And, so yeah, the first agenda item here for language arts adoption is really a celebration and the end of a long process, 2 years. And I just want to appreciate, before the board takes action on this topic, the huge number of folks who participated, from preschool partners to the city, CCAC, students, teachers. We had 60 teachers actually pilot materials and make recommendations. We ended up selecting materials and professional development that are bilingual. They're of the highest quality. They're tech enhanced in a way that really propels us forward with the way we do digital learning, especially in a time when we are counting on digital tools to support students, and especially for those students who need our help the most to differentiate, including our gifted students who need to fly, our students who are experiencing disabilities who need support and to help them fly, and also our language learners who we know are going to continue to learn English and another language and will benefit from the bilingual and multilingual tools that this adoption promises. So after 2 years of work on this committee, I'm really proud of the recommendation that you heard last time. We did not get any questions about the proposal during the 30-day review, and just wanted to ask the board if you could move to approve our plan if there aren't any other questions.
I move the Board of Directors approve the language arts adoption.
Second.
So it has been moved by Lisa and seconded by Shian. All those in favor, please vote using the chat yes or aye, and I will tally those up. Is there any discussion? Okay, voting yes is Mark Watson, Jackie Spross, Yadira Martinez, Martin Granum, Lisa Allen, Sheehan Kim, and myself. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. On behalf of the team, thank you very much, board members. And we'll transition to a conversation now about the timeline and financing for our plan.
Okay, we have our next item on there with Michelle and Adam.
Okay, so I designed a situation page that kind of encompasses the next quick steps that we're in a fortunate position to be able to take in terms of this adoption. So I just want to kind of address each one of those points on there. The first point is in alignment with just our purchasing procedures for something of this size. We need to just declare that we're going to use McGraw-Hill for this language arts adoption and as a sole source provider for these materials. So that's step one. Step two is to accelerate access to professional development, curriculum, digital resources, teacher materials, and textbooks. So those are all of the components that our original adoption plan was set to begin implementation over the summer and roll out next fall. And given the current situation with COVID-19 and the school closures and the types of resources that these are, we have a unique opportunity to act early and engage with both licensed and classified staff in terms of training. They they can opt into that. They'll have earlier access to the materials and tools to engage students if they choose. So there's an accelerated component to this. It wasn't originally part of our plan to make this purchase this year, but it shows a high level of responsiveness for us. In the event that there is reimbursement funds become available for distance learning for all initiatives, either at the state or federal level. So that's 2, we want to formally accelerate this a little bit. And then 3 is I'm asking the board to approve a potential single or multi-year financing plan for the adoption, because it is a sizable amount of money. We do have many moving parts in terms of how the financing can come together for this, but I've listed them all out. So there may be some COVID-19 related resources for the pieces that we're able to put in place during this period of crisis. We have partial or full funding from potential operational savings from this year. We have partial or full funding from Student Investment Act, still kind of off in the wings there. Travis has been in touch with McGraw-Hill for financing agreement through them that would be the multi-year piece. And then partial or full funding from appropriation of the bond funds as allowed under the ballot title and as part of the investment in learning environments under the classroom and technologies upgrades. And so those are the 3, that's all of the detail that's put together in the situation page. And it's I've proposed it as a single motion with those 3 components all grouped together in order to move this forward as soon as we can.
Thank you, Michelle. So I'm looking for a motion, and I'll make sure to ask for discussion.
And I'd like to add that Adam stayed on the line all this time to answer any questions you may have about the position with the bond funding and ability to kind of help shore some of these costs, at least upfront.
Thank you. And that can be all done in one motion as it's in the agenda.
I move that the board of directors, number 1, approve McGraw-Hill as the sole source provider of curriculum, digital resources, teacher materials, and textbook per ORS 279B.075. Number 2, accelerate access to professional development, curriculum, digital resources, teacher materials, and textbooks. And number 3, approve potential single or multi-year financing options not to exceed $2,470,000 for devices, textbooks, teachers' editions, multi-year licenses, and other related costs.
Second.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mark and seconded by Lisa. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I put it in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
I have strong concerns about using bond money. I understand it's part of the ballot title, and I have complete confidence and utter trust in both Adam and Michelle for putting this plan together. I'm just really concerned about using it for what may or may not be perceived as curriculum, even though if it is technology or it is licenses. I know that SIA has been put on ice, and so it's tight, and I just have I struggle with spending this much money right now, especially since we don't know what's going to happen with the Student Success Act and SIA money. And I guess maybe I need a little more information or convincing on how this the use of bond money for it, I think, is where I'm really struggling with.
Why don't we start by having Adam talk about the use of bond money, and then I can chime in after that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first thing we did when we started kind of having this discussion when the world kind of changed was to reach out to our bond council. They're the folks who wrote the resolution and the ballot title that was approved by voters, to ask them if this was a legitimate use of bond proceeds. And we were assured that both on the federal and the state level, that purchasing curriculum related materials, the things, is a legitimate use of bond proceeds, as our ballot title read. So from a legal standpoint, we're okay. I can tell you that that we have bond funds available. We have $2.5 million in bond funds available, while still being able to do everything else we promised the community that we would do. There are some components of this, the teacher training, anything basically that's not capitalizable, meaning that it has a useful life of more than 1 year. Those things aren't eligible. But the things, the textbooks, the devices, even the licensing, those are all eligible expenses. So from a legal standpoint, we're covered.
Right, and I think that might not be my biggest concern. Actually, that wasn't. I totally understand how we are legally covered. I'm very concerned right now about the public perception and not knowing what's going to happen with the economy and with the SSA, and that's where I'm coming from.
If I can just chime in for a minute. So we too are concerned about what potentially could happen with SIA funds. And as we've mentioned before, we're building 3 different tiers of possibilities as to, where would we reduce, depending on where the money comes in. And one of the things that we've been committed to is moving this language arts adoption forward, because I want to say the textbook that we currently have is about 10 years old, and the needs and our student demographics has just changed so radically over the last 10, 15 years. And the fact that this provides us with bilingual materials and more comprehensive materials that our teachers can use that are more highly engaging and meet the needs of our students better. It's one of the reasons that we looked at this as a potential to move into the purchase of bond funds. And because it is something that lasts over a year, this is an okay expenditure of those funds. And the thing that, as we've talked about this, our lack of SIA funds or a potential lack of SIA funds doesn't diminish the need of our students on this front. And that's why we've come up with this plan to move it into bond expenditures. And the thing that we feel good about is that we will have accomplished everything that we set out to do with the bond. Because of the timing of our bond purchases, we were able to achieve some premiums that have served us really well. And the fact that these materials will serve kids better, and it will also help us protect the number of people that we were going to use to hire people out of the SIA funds. If we can move this expenditure out of SIA funds, we feel like it positions us better to preserve the people there. So I don't know what other questions I can answer for you.
Yeah, you have some discussion with Martin, and then we'll have Mark.
Okay.
Thanks, Erica. Yeah, I too am a little bit concerned about the use of the bond money. Like many of us, I got involved very, very early on in the bond. I was on the citizen panel that wrote the reports that vetted the scope of the bond project. And, was it a $408 million or a $420 million? I think there was an extra elementary school in the mix. Thank goodness we didn't build that. But my recollections of that whole process was it was really, really, really focused on the brick and mortar and some technology. So I'm trying to think, if back in that context, if we had said we were going to do curriculum, I don't think it would have, been supported by that committee who was trying to tee up a very clean proposal to the voters. So like Jackie, I'm very comfortable this is legal. For me, it's more, what did we say to the voters when we went to the Rotary and stood on doorsteps and really messaged this thing? I think technically we could do it. I think in the spirit of the bond to ask, it's a reach for me. And I got a little bit more to add on to that. To me, it kind of opens a Pandora's box. Probably the worst vote I've ever had to do as a board member was the first vote when we just routinely did the Division 22 reporting, which says that we're out of compliance on curriculum. So for me, if we're gonna sort of open the door with bond funding of curriculum, it sort of opens a larger issue of really a whole set of curriculum challenges that maybe we should take a look at. If there is extra money in this bond, I'd like to be a little bit more organized around maybe getting us into a position of compliance. If you look down at the Division 22 reporting we do, I think the only area that the district's actually out of compliance with is this. So maybe, if I'm trying to figure out how to wrap my brain around spending bond money on curriculum, maybe it's to do a comprehensive fix in an area that has really been comprehensively beyond our reach. And you could make the case it takes something extraordinarily like a bond to sort of solve a problem that the level of funding the state typically gives us is really never going to solve in terms of being in compliance with Division 22. So, and then lastly, is my own personal experience. I've been in the public sector since 1985, and I love the public doing public things, but I've really developed an irritation when people misspend money, and I've seen it. And I'm not saying this is being misspent, but it raises my antenna go up, because I've seen in other situations where people will take road money or money for this program and spend it on that program. And I've always, just in my career, developed a radar for that sort of thing. And I totally understand that this is smack in the middle of a big gray area. It is legal, I think. It is certainly needed. The question is, for me, would it help solve a bigger problem with Division 22? And is it something that our critics and the voting people who say, can we trust, government with our money to do what they said they would do, would be, get a bunch of those folks mad at us? Probably not. But anyway, I appreciate my colleagues and your team, Mike, listening to me as I kind of work my way through these issues on this one.
I would like to interject just a little bit about I'm sorry. In response to those original conversations for bond spending, we were, Adam and I were along for the ride as well. And a big part of what we did was the enhanced classroom, where technology and materials and that student experience to be the same for all of our students at any grade level. And this happens to be focused on K-6. But I mean, that was at the front of the discussion. It wasn't curriculum specifically. It was about the tech the equitable learning environment right alongside the furniture and the technology. So I recall those discussions as well.
Thank you, Michelle. I will go with Mark.
And just to clarify, as I think about how it sort of came together, we had originally planned to use SIA dollars for this, correct?
Yes.
Right. So by being able to leverage bond premium funds instead of SIA dollars, we may be able to keep a few more teachers next year.
Yeah, and in fact, it equates to about 22 teachers.
Okay. So yeah, to Michelle's point, the bond was about equitable learning experiences, and I think this definitely solves or addresses that. Not solves, but it definitely addresses the bilingual curriculum that we have in this. And so I am pretty comfortable with the idea of using bond money when, one, all the lawyers say it's legal. Two, it basically meets the root of what we were getting at in equitable and technology enhanced learning experiences, and the fact that we can move it out of general fund or SIA dollars, which is going to cost us people. And as we go into this economic downturn, I think what we need to be doing is making sure we can keep all the people we have.
Thank you, Mark. Our next intent to speak is Andrew.
I guess generally speaking, I do agree with Jackie and Mark about sort of what the bond itself was advertising, at least when I was a sophomore, because this was passed when I was a sophomore. At least for us, it was mainly about construction, furniture, and technology. And while I understand the need to have obviously the need to have equitable access to curricula across the field, the motion itself has a lot of stuff about unless it's referring when it says digital resources as including like digital textbooks. At least when I'm reading this, I think of textbooks and teachers editions as being paper copies, which I think would be more of an SIA thing than a technology question. Am I sort of interpreting this correct, or?
Yeah, this is Travis. The digital tools and the paper tools are part of the package.
Okay.
And in general, sort of like the way, like at the 30,000 foot, the highest view level, the way it's sort of been explained to us a little bit was bond money can buy things you can point to, and general fund and SIA generally have to go for humans.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and
is that about right?
As part of the team that put together our SIA grant, if we are looking at a percentage reduction in our SIA funding, we're going to be back at the table figuring out how to protect those people, those counselors, student success coaches, and teachers. And this is a moment where we can make a decision to offload that materials, the stuff that Adam talked about, from that.
We have a question from Jackie.
So Adam, if we approve this, and granted it says we may use up to 2.4 million from the bond, it doesn't say we're going to do all of it from that pot of money. But what I know you said we aren't going to not do anything, but if we didn't use this money from the bond for this technology, what would we be using that money from the bond for?
Well, that decision has been made. We're going to first of all do all the things we said we were going to do. Then we'll look to see what those remaining dollars are. We won't have enough to buy the next 7 textbook adoptions or anything along those lines. So Martin, I don't want you to get the idea that this is going to be an endless ask of the bond, because frankly, we don't have those kinds of resources. But once we do the things we said we were going to do, then that will be the conversation. What do we do with those remaining dollars?
If I could just add in a couple of things, we certainly didn't anticipate being in this situation with the loss of SIA dollars. There are districts that haven't even applied for their SIA dollars, and now we're already talking about those potential funds diminishing in a pretty significant way. So we certainly didn't anticipate that we would be here, and we did think that we would be able to get that we'd be able to access those funds for this adoption. And I want to be fully transparent as well. This isn't the first choice, that we wanted to make with this. We wanted this to come out of SIA funds. So I think as we're talking about this, we will continue to be fully transparent and share with people what led us to this decision point. And I guess one of the reasons that I'm concerned if we don't do this is because we don't get this type of money available to us very often. And we're just at a unique spot here where we have the convergence of two things that have happened. The highly likely potential that SIA dollars are going to be diminished, and we have an opportunity to still move forward with this adoption that we really believe is going to help our kids access curriculum in a way. There's so many of our kids, they don't struggle to access curriculum. Our students that are bilingual or who need more powerful or engaging resources, this is big for them. And so that's one of the reasons that we wanted to present this to you. The money's not likely to come around. We'd be fully transparent. And we really believe it's going to help our struggling students.
Thank you, Mike, for that conversation. And thank you, everyone, for your comments and concerns. I think that it goes without saying that we wouldn't be making this decision if we were so confident that we would be funded through SSA funds. But unfortunately, due to the current pandemic and the economic, situation we're going to be facing, it really, for me, it comes down to I understand the perception question that Jackie rose, and also that straddling that fine line that Martin raised about answering to our voters and our taxpayers, but also that equitable learning environments that Mark mentioned, and what you mentioned, Mike, about struggling to keep positions and people open. And if I'm in that decision, for me personally, if I'm thinking about that in the future and how many people are going to be struggling to make sure that we can employ as many people as we can, and this is an opportunity for us to spend money in a different way that doesn't have to come out from our general funds. And I feel like I'm confident in making this decision beyond the fact that it is legal and we're able to do it and we've already checked those boxes. But we are very, I think as a board, all of us are very much take a huge responsibility when it comes to our constituents and our voters, and making sure that we are responsible to what we've said we were going to do. And I'm really confident that all of the projects that we said in the bond are being done and will be done. And this is, additional money that we were able to get because we sold that very good time and got a premium that enabled us to have these extra funds. So that was just really good, planning and luck, really, that we sold in February on our behalf. So with that, I just want to appreciate all of the comments that were shared and acknowledge all the concerns and make sure. And I really appreciate that we're very transparent, that this isn't a decision that we're taking lightly, and that we haven't looked at every possible avenue and made sure that we're making the best choice for our students and our community. So with that, if there's no more further discussion, we're going to move to a vote. Seeing no further discussion, it was moved by Mark and seconded by Lisa. All those in favor, please put in the chat yes or aye, and I will read them. Okay. All those in favor, yes, is Mark Watson, Yadira Martinez, Martin Granum, Jackie Spross, Sheann Kim, Lisa Allen, and myself. The motion carries. Thank you all for that. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is discussion time. And let's start. I guess right now we'll just start with I'm seeing it, since I don't have you, usually I can look around the room and start at one side and go to the other. But I guess I'll just start with who I see first, which is Jackie, and then I'll keep going.
I always have
down
to
the
go
line.
first. I want to thank Adam and Mike for all the work you guys did, and Michelle, I have the video of the live feed over here so I can see everybody, but it's a time delay, so it's weird. But thank you for all the work you did on the getting the language arts funding, finding it, and explaining it. And I trust you are doing what's best for our community. So I just want to let you know that. And Travis, you rocked it on this one. I really don't have anything else. We're adjusting to the new normal. Kids are home. Both of us working from home. It's hard. It's really hard. So, but we're plugging along, and I really liked the idea of our video, and I really liked how it turned out. Omar and Beth's team did a great job on that. It was very impressive, very impressive. So I'd like to see the bloopers of everybody's videos at some point because I know mine were pretty funny. So that's it.
Thank you, Jackie. I'll just go alphabetical how I have them on here. So Lisa, do you have anything?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Let's see. I guess I'll just say this has been a very interesting transition to the distance learning with a first grader and a fourth grader. And our teachers at our school have just been amazing, really connecting with the kids and working really hard. And I know it's been quite a challenge, basically trying to move their classrooms to their homes with almost no notice and trying to make it seem familiar to the kids in the background and everything. So I know that the teachers are just working really hard, and I wanted to give them a little shout out. We're in the same boat here, Jackie. Both Colin and I working at home with the kids, and so that's been interesting. And the internet has been taking the weight as well as can be expected with 4 people on the internet all the time, but it's working out okay. I also loved our video, and I think that you guys all did just an excellent job. And I loved watching it, and the kids loved watching it. And in their opinion, even though they're in the video in the background, our section was not the best section. So I'm not going to tell you who they thought did the best job, but it wasn't me. So congratulations to whoever that might be. And I guess that's all.
Thank you, Lisa. And we're just gonna go mixed in here because looking at the alphabet on here, but I missed Andrew. If you had anything to add, Andrew.
Yeah, a few things. First off, I would like to acknowledge that we had a student who passed away a couple weeks ago, Brian Ortiz Calderon. Our thoughts and condolences are with his family. On another note, our student government has been working, a committee of our student government has been working with a group called Communicare. They help high school students in learning about philanthropy and how to raise funds and read grants and interview groups to accept the money. And they match $10 for every dollar that we've raised in a series of fundraisers that have been done throughout the year. Our grand total is $16,700, and we have several students who are interviewing nonprofits who provide services to veterans throughout the community. Also, we have done a sort of social media fundraiser. It's called TikTok for Tide. We've been using the TikTok app where students will make TikToks and then donate to a separate account. That money's been used to help families who have been financially impacted by COVID-19. And then the students who make the TikToks nominate other students. And there's been a simultaneous teacher contest where the teachers make TikToks and battle it out. And our head football coach, Ian Reynoso, won, and his winning TikTok was pretty amazing. As far
Okay,
as
where can we see these TikToks?
There's an Instagram page, I believe, TikTok for Tide. They're
Okay.
all there. They're all super funny, super amazing. As far as distance learning goes, I'm a senior. I got my final transcript from PCC. I had an economics class there. I got that entered in yesterday. And once the grades are finalized, so I'm just waiting for all of them to be turned into pass grades. So I'm still participating in concert choir since that's something I can hold myself accountable to. Then AP studio art because I'm finishing up a portfolio for an AP grade. But other than that, I'm not really doing much else. And Danny mentioned I have office hours, 1:30 to 4:30 daily. And then if you know of any students who need help with anything in, let's see, what is it, English classes, math, biology, US history, um, send them to me and I will help them out.
Thank you, Andrew. That's so nice. Maria, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, actually. So, unlike a lot of the adults in the screen, I am not at home with my kids. I am the kid, but I'm actually very happy how this meeting went because it makes me happy about the things that are about to come. Like it gives hope for the future in these dark times, like especially about the PCC at downtown. That's super cool. I like it. I liked everything about it today. But I actually had a question that came up in the beginning of the meeting, but I forgot to ask it, and it's about cords. I actually don't know if the cords come with Justins or if you guys handle them on your own or if own schools handle them. But I know that if there is no meeting, no ceremony, knock on wood, will we still get cords at least for like physical representation of achievement for students in case like anything else doesn't go through? And yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, Maria, we will make sure that people still get their cords.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But other than that, I hope everyone stays safe and healthy.
And didn't the
you,
previous
Maria.
class of student board reps advocate for a student rep cord?
Yes, this group here, the three here will be the first three to get the student rep cord. And I know that we worked with Becky Kingsmith, and there certain colors are spoken for already, but we have cords ready to go. Rose, are those stashed in your office somewhere?
They are stashed here. So yes, they're here.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Next board discussion is for Mark.
Was that me or Martin? Sorry, you cut out a little bit. Me?
Mark, and
Okay.
then Martin. So you
All right.
are on deck.
Cool. Yeah, video was great. Thanks, Beth and team. That was awesome. Thanks all you colleagues. It was so good. But nobody alive has had to be solving problems when something like this has happened before, right? So anybody who was alive in 1917 wasn't making decisions. So just do the best we can is all we can. And I think Mike's point is pretty well made that the way we're doing the curriculum may not be our first choice, but I think it's going to be one of the first decisions in a long line of decisions that we're going to make where it's not our first choice. So all we can do is try to do the best we can. And Lisa, I can't even imagine how hard it is for you trying to conduct class and have two kids at home. So good luck with that. And I can tell you, when you're the caregiver and they're under your roof, it's one thing. When they're back as adults, they may just be terrible roommates. So.
Thanks, Mark. Martin?
Yeah, so one of the last things I did before we all succumbed to COVID-19 was I went to Glencoe, the Shockwave, and they had their annual fundraiser. It was a lot of fun. Mixed it up with Madam Chair and Mr. Mayor and the Optimists and Andrew, and we just had a good time. That's just such an amazing program. It feels like 1,000 years ago, but that was a lot of fun. And I just wanted to say regarding the earlier vote, I think we explored all four corners of this issue and then spoke with one voice, and I'm very, very pleased with how that discussion played out and how we made a decision on behalf of the community. very, very comfortable with that decision. In my preparation, I did consult with some other people that we might know and got their opinion, and they concurred with this outcome. So I think we all know who we're talking about, and that was an important voice in my mind's eye. I want to give a shout out to Rose and Jordan for the technological, shock and awe of this meeting relative to our last board meeting. We've come a long, long, long way. Thank you very, very much. And I know Rose was sweating some details. I was making some panicky calls to her. That's the last thing you needed, was to drag an old guy like me across the finish line late in the afternoon, but she did a great job. Thank you, Rose. A great discussion throughout this meeting. This was a great board meeting, and we managed to pull it off using this technology. Very satisfying. Very pleased to be a part of this group that can take on issues like this and make decisions in this time. Mike and your team, is all 2,000 plus employees. What an amazing job to just I'm part of a local government, and I look over at what HSD is doing, and I'm just completely blown away. And how you've gone from 0 to warp 9 on the issue of the day. It's just blows my mind, really. I don't know if any of you are getting any sleep, but I hope after this board meeting, you get about 3 or 4 hours before you're back at it. It's pretty impressive. And my hat's off to you, Mike, and your entire team. Proud to be HSD.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, just wanted to add on here that before we move to that, Jordan just said a shout out to Devin and Justin as well for the technology piece. So I just want to make sure I capture that before we moved on. Sheann, do you have anything to add during discussion time?
For me, I just, this whole time, I think it shows, for me, I just have an immense amount of gratitude and respect for our staff, especially with dealing with how everything has happened so quickly, and just the thoughtfulness and care that everyone has shown in responding to the needs of all of our students. So I just want to thank everyone who's on this call and all of the people who are working behind the scenes who's on this call. Yeah, I'm very, very, very proud to be a member of the HSD team. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheann. Yadira?
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to just HSD and general staff, teachers, administration, McKinney especially. You guys are doing such an awesome job. I've had all my questions answered. I've had teachers calling me to make sure that my kiddos are all online. So I got a kindergartner, a third grader, a sixth grader, and a senior at home. And so while me and my husband are both working full time still, and so it's been very interesting, but I tell you, we feel so supported. I was actually thinking as I was watching a video with my daughter of her teacher reading them a book. And I was like, wow, the teachers are making videos left and right, like nothing. And it took me like probably 2 hours to make the short little 2-minute thing that I turned in. And so I swear, the teachers are just amazing. And I tell you what, seeing my daughter's face light up at seeing her teacher reading her a story on YouTube was like the best thing ever. She loved it. But, we really will get through all of this together, and we'll be stronger for it. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Yadira. Mike, did you wanted to have any items in discussion time?
Yeah, let me just, first of all, I appreciate the thoughtful discussion on the language arts adoption. And I think just having that discussion just really illustrates how transparent we want to be on this and the struggle to make those decisions. And so I think just the integrity that was illustrated there is exactly what that we strive to be all about as a board and as a staff. So appreciate that. Also, I'd like the opportunity just to thank the team as well. The people you see on the screen, you're right, Martin, they're not getting much sleep. I called Dale today at about 3:30, and she said, you're you're interrupting my lunch. And and then she had to go to the store because she hadn't had time to shop yet. So anyway, and that is just story after story like that. So I really appreciate the amount of time that's been going in here. I too would like to appreciate our staff as a whole. Yadira and I were talking earlier today, and she said, every time the kids get on, it gets better and better. And we knew it was not going to be perfect to start with, and our goal was that it continued to get better and better. So that made my day hearing that. The other thing, a couple more things I'd share is that we are also putting together a more comprehensive staff to some of the basic needs that our families are facing right now. We're having conversations. There's a group of us getting together over the next couple of days, and we'll be having conversations about how do we get food to the students and family that need them the most in the most direct way possible. And what we envision is a partnership with a local organization that's going to assist in doing that. So while we are doing a lot right now, we know that we need to do more during this time, and we look forward to meeting more of the needs of our students during this incredible time. I had a chance to talk to our administrative team this morning, and one of the things that I shared with them is that it's not an accident that they're in these jobs at this time, that it calls for extraordinary leadership. It calls for humble servants to move forward and meet the needs of our students. And I would say that same thing about the board that's assembled here today. It is not an accident that you're in these jobs at this time. Your leadership and your thoughtfulness and your commitment to our community is just above any I've ever seen. So I wanted to publicly thank you for all of your efforts as well. It's incredibly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, so much for those comments. My just final thoughts is as just a special shout out also to the communication team and Beth, the ability to quickly turn around every single time we've had new information from the governor's office, from the health authorities. Like, it has just been amazing for us. We know that our families are like in our community are wondering what's next. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our communications teams for really quickly turning around as much as possible and being super extra communicative during this times. I think people appreciate that a lot. And also, again, just a shout out to the staff who is doing an amazing job, and especially staff that are also parents. We're just really, really happy with, just the amount of effort that they're putting into right now, and thankful that they're in those positions. And this meeting went absolutely great. Sorry that I got bumped stuff for 2 minutes, but I was able to get gone, so I apologize for that. And I'm really just happy to serve with all of you, and we'll get through this together, and we'll keep trucking along. And I look forward to our next meeting. So proud to be HSD also. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.